Hello, everyone. Random congratulations. You are indeed first. What if someone has a heart condition but uses steroids anyway? Can they still take it cautiously, or would you not recommend it? Entirely depends on what the heart condition is.
Grandma, miss you. I would hope so. I would hope so. I lived with her from April 2024 until June 2025. So, pretty long amount of time that we lived together. So after obviously I got kicked out of school, I went and lived with grandma because the parents were extremely disappointed in me. Justifiably so, right? What parent wouldn't be fucking mad at their kid for doing the bullshit I did? To be fair, I think that they were a little bit easier on me because I was doing a lot of bad shit my whole life, so they were kind of like desensitized to my copes at that point, right? So that's kind of what I would say is my saving grace, is the fact that they just have seen me be an idiot, so they weren't really too surprised. Obviously they were mad, but not surprised.
So he
They were
knows
just
he's
like,
stupid.
yeah, who could have seen this bullshit coming? And also my mom allowed me to have the steroids to begin with, so it was kind of her fault. What was she gonna say? She took them away for a day, and I was like, dude, and then she just gave them back. So and I wrote a thread about it that was actually used.
Dude, imagine getting kicked out of school for taking steroids. Fucking retarded. That's a gay fucking retarded bullshit. There's a reason why men drop out of fucking school at higher rates. It's funny how women can take steroids all they want. Birth control pills. Imagine, the flip side of this. Do you think they would ever even think of kicking a girl out of school for getting underground birth control pills, or like a trans person getting underground hormones so that they can transition? Do you think they'd ever fucking think of kicking somebody out of school for that? No. Oh, a dude wants to get more muscles. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to kick you out of school. I have extra thin fractionals coming for the dumbbells. Nice. Yeah, that shit makes it way easier to progress on dumbbell movements.
To get me kicked out of school as proof. So I wrote about that experience. You guys could probably dig that thread up, unless I deleted it. Please do ICOS when in Europe. It's safe. No kidding, it's safe. ICOS is very effective, very safe. But the problem is you have to stay for the changing procedures in the country for so long. I don't want to stay in fuck ass Barcelona, man. Because I need a lot of gear to stay somewhere for a month, right? I need a lot of different drugs. So that the issue is, can't do shit. What are you doing for Halloween? I'll be in Miami, guys. I'll be in Miami somewhere doing some dumbass shit. I don't know exactly what, but
it's really weird that he'd say that. If you're taking testosterone and enthate, it would take at least 2 weeks for you to even notice that you're not taking the drugs anymore. So, and the guy looks natural. You wouldn't look at his physique and think he's on gear. Is what healthy at what age?
Show you guys my Halloween costume if you like.
Clav Cook's Gary the Numbers guy on his own show.
Oh, nice. I fucking hate that dipshit.
1 out of 30 days.
Yeah, I've interacted with that dumb motherfucker a little bit. He was eating chicken wings, on stream, haha, vegan, and then I told him, yeah, keep eating so you choke on it. And then that fucker fucked off. Yeah, let's watch that.
1 out of 30 days.
Thanks for the donation, dude. 750 test feels fucking awesome. Holy shit, haha, squatted 500 for 7 today. So you're taking 750 tests a week? Yeah, I bet that'd feel awesome.
That's 3.3%. chance that any person will be born on the 28th any month. Then you look down the billionaires list, and you will find out that there's 5 billionaires born on the 28th in the top 25 people alive. So when you do the mathematical percentages, that is a 500% increase over what it should be. That right there tells you there's something there, and you have to look into it.
But that doesn't disagree with that. Still agrees with the principle of correlation.
Kid. I'm worth 8 figures. I advise people who are billionaires. You're not going to tell me anything, okay? So I'll tell you what I will tell you.
Okay.
I'll tell you what I will tell you.
Okay.
Learn as much as possible, and then you'll be able to take what you're doing to the next level, because numerology and astrology has fucking uplifted everyone here who you're looking at.
So,
everyone in this studio.
Another random ad hominem logical fallacy, but once again, going back to correlation and cause, do you agree? Do you understand this principle, or do I have to explain it to you?
I understand the law of averages and mathematics,
But
how it works.
Correlation and causation. Do you understand this as a scientific principle?
Okay. So
No.
again,
Okay. So we don't.
So
you have no idea.
let me ask you something. I know enough to put money on it. How about you?
You have
How
no
about
idea.
no? We'll go on the streets. We'll fucking ask people if I'm right or wrong. Very simple.
It's okay. We're gonna base this off a survey. Whether
We're gonna ask people if I'm right based off what they're saying. How is that wrong?
Because your entire principle, your entire system is logically flawed, and I'm showing you the logic. I'm trying to explain to you the correlation and causation issue with your entire premise, right? Just because something is correlated to something doesn't mean it's caused by it.
Hold on. You want to hear a joke?
Yeah.
We did this podcast setup a couple days ago, right?
Yeah.
Gary, when did you tweet this? August 10th.
Okay, but we could keep going through anecdotes and anecdotes. And
Oh, okay,
chance of
so-
fact.
Then we have Rumble, and then we'll close up from here. But yeah, no, that was a very good exchange between you two. That was quite funny.
Are you a fan of John Zerka?
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to manage him too.
Yeah, Zerka's he's a good guy. I'd say that's probably one of my biggest influences in terms of like the whole game aspects. I really like John Zerka.
Really?
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Wait, hold on.
No, this is good. I'm not going to shit on Zerka. No. I want to hear this.
Please
Did
don't.
you go to his dating IQ course?
I haven't, but I'm just a viewer. Like I haven't actually done the paid community, but I've pretty much watched all his stuff.
How much?
Gary showed up at Andrew Wilson's event at DebateCon, tried to crash his party that he held for supporters. Police came to get him. Apparently, he is being monitored by them. Is Andrew, like, just not willing to even engage with this guy because, like, it's so fucking retarded, like, it's beyond what he's willing to put up with?
Has John Zerka influenced what we see here today?
I would say more the game aspect, like the way I interact with women, some political stuff. But in terms of looks max, he doesn't really make looks maxing content. But absolutely, all talking to women, like pretty much everything I know is John Zerka.
Wow, you should do a podcast with him. Fresh, can
I
you
hope
set that up? Yeah, Fresh can set that up for you.
Yeah. So I'm a big Zerka
But
guy.
you know what the crazy part is? Zerka is how old? Was he born in 1994? So he's almost 33 and stuff like that. You at 19 have accomplished more to your life than John Zerka has in 3 years.
I don't think that's true.
Oh, I think it is. And John Zerka's never been off like this. But trust me, I used to manage this podcast.
Okay. Golden Boy.
Zerka's a great guy. Shout out Zerka, man. So
Hey, Zerka, flat out, the fact that someone like this, who's fucking hot as fuck right now, is actually, pumping you up, bro. Congratulations, man. At least you got one of your guys out there who's fucking doing some content.
I will say this: Zerka's one-on-one streams when he's in his crib,
He
just telling
sucks.
people. They have some good points in there, man. You got to.
He debated him once. Since then, Gary's been harassing him and offering him money to Andrew's family to get dirt on him, which is illegal. Apparently, even the feds are reviewing it. What the fuck? So this guy's like a unhinged retard?
You gotta find it though.
Right.
Just
Zerka is very good when he's around a whole group
People,
of people.
yeah, people, yeah.
He's one of the best. My podcast with Zerka is probably one of the best he ever did. But by himself, man, he's as useful as a two fucking legged dog, bro.
I think that you take 10-minute Zerka clip, just go through any stream. There's more value than quite literally anything that you've ever said. I would make that argument.
Okay. And John Zerka talks to billionaires?
Does that matter?
because here's what matters in the world. Can you influence your will on others? And I have spread numerology and astrology to the point where John Zerka is my fucking student, not the other way around. I'm his fucking Jedi fucking master, not the other way around. And what you have to understand, my friend, you're young.
I know.
That's all you need to say. It is what it is. It is what it is. And I'm old, and I'm fucking happy to say it. But the fact of the matter is, I'm much more knowledgeable than you. You at 19, there's no chance in hell you know a tenth of what the fuck I know. And I hope when you get older, there's gonna be some young buck who sits next to you, and you fucking get him a right-on game. Because you got a lot of potential. You got a lot of shit going for you, bro.
Well, quite frankly, I hope I never learn even a tenth of what you know, because it is all garbage. It's all ridiculous. I don't think you made one good point, and I think you just do a lot of yelling because you don't know what else to say.
Well, I hope you enjoy poverty.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
Yeah,
so,
man,
I mean, like...
your idol is basically a crackhead.
One thing...
John Zerka.
Fun Sleep streamed the other...
Yeah.
I mean, that's who you're idolizing right now. John Zerka, the cocaine crusader. So, I mean, if you're going to idolize that guy, outstanding. Are you a Christian, by the way?
I'm really not idolizing anyone. I'm just saying, based on this podcast, you're extremely low IQ. You have no idea what you're talking about. You're just kind of rambling and raving about hoes and whores. And, it's just kind of ridiculous to me that, like, people even watch this, like, to be honest, like, it actually blows my mind.
I got about 10 billion views.
Okay.
Good for you. I hope you catch up someday.
I forgot how.
I've only been doing this for a few years, but congratulations.
The average person is, So I guess there's content for everyone, including
100%. I mean, you got low, like the average IQ of your follower is literally 80, and the average IQ of my follower right here, these are literally millionaires who are sending me this. These are people who have accomplished stuff in life. You're never even going to get to that level, especially if you idolize people like John Zerka. But let me tell you something, Pip. I appreciate the content because you're hot right now.
Well, I'm not idolizing anyone. I'm simply critiquing you at this point. Like, this has nothing to do with John Zerka. Because, you brought it there. I'm defending John Zerka, but I'm simply stating that there's more information and more value in 10 minutes of his content than a combination of everything you've ever put out.
Interesting, because when he was the hottest he ever was in 2023, I was his manager. Oh, interesting how that works.
Well, I wouldn't take away any of his credit. I would say that.
I think they both add value
in
different ways, and they're both good creators. Okay, I'll leave it there.
First, let's go.
Golden Boy. Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, male 101598.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
This is everything I ate in KL, Malaysia for 24 hours as a vegan on day 2. For breakfast, we had to hit up Wanana because they have the widest range of vegan pastries. We got the strawberry custard-filled donut that was bursting with flavor. I get this every single time. The pain au chocolat was crisp on the outside, although I wish the chocolate was a little more melty on the inside. The tiramisu latte is one of my go-tos, creamy, rich, and not too sweet. Cheesy mushroom Danish was another favorite of mine with the right level of savory elements. We also tried the mac and cheese. It was creamy and well seasoned. We also got these sweet potato donuts in the market, also known as Quakeria. It absolutely hits every time, though I can't eat too much of it because it's deep fried.
Dude, that looks good.
For dinner, we went to buy
Did she say sweet potato donuts?
Though I can't eat too, also known as Quakeria. It absolutely hits every time.
Wait.
We also got these sweet potato donuts in the market.
Dude, that sounds good.
Also known as Quakeria. It absolutely hits every time, though I can't eat too much of it because it's deep fried. For dinner, we went to buy H18, where they serve vegan and gluten-free udon from Kagawa, Japan. I had the loveliest strawberry matcha. Then we tried 4 different types of udon, starting with the mapo tofu one. This was actually the spiciest of them all, but filled with so much flavor. Then I had the curry udon filled with veg and saucy, just how I like it. The spicy mala udon was great, but I like the black pepper udon even better. For the sides, we had the yuzu and teriyaki lion's mane mushrooms that were a textural dream and so juicy. Enjoy and follow for more. This is everything I ate in KL, Malaysia.
Elon Musk was saying that, was going through all of his Doge data, and he was saying we found 250,000 Americans over the age of 124 who are collecting collecting Social Security, we're collecting work.
Okay, you seem to be dying. We'll come back to you later.
Jeez. That was rough.
Jeffrey and Jessica are 21 years old. Let's see how they're setting up their futures. Jeffrey's working hard on Fortnite.
I'm gonna get into esports.
Esports, Jeffrey. You're not even Korean. And Jessica's working hard on her situationship with Chad. He's so toxic, right, girls? Jessica. Getting pumped and dumped by Chad is not a flex. And if your girlfriends validate you for that, then they're preying on your downfall. They are not real friends. A few years later, Jeffrey and Jessica are poor, fat, and ugly. Adonis and Anastasia are different.
Great. Yeah, this is the same video he made the day before and the day before, the day before.
I believe they're going to cancel the 6:30 City Hall meeting because everybody's chimping the fuck out. They're chimping the fuck out. I don't have bananas. Chill out. I don't have bananas. This is not America. Taking over.
Is not welcome. No races here. If you can't be peaceful, but every race is welcome. Every race is welcome.
Dearborn, Michigan's a shithole. VG, if you had to move to a Muslim majority country, it'd be Malaysia, right?
This is everything I ate in KL, Malaysia for 24
I don't know.
hours as a vegan on day 1. The first stop was to try a hearty banana leaf meal at Big Leaf. They had a pot of rasam which you could refill and drink to your heart's content. This is not a vegan spot, but they had quite a number of vegan options ranging from vegetarian chicken masala, tofu sambal, fried bittergourd, a range of vegetables, and sambar. Do know that the biryani rice is not vegan, so I opted for the white rice. Every time I eat with my hands, it feels like I'm reconnecting with the food and my body, and somehow the food just tastes better. It's also worth to note that the flavors here were Malaysian inspired, so sort of like a Malaysian Indian fusion, which was something different. If you know me, you know that I had to get a matcha, so I head to Chabashira and got a matcha oat latte. It was really good. Then we were walking along the streets to get wedding shopping done. Then we saw fresh murukus being fried, but unfortunately they weren't vegan. For dinner we were still full, but we stumbled upon Chola Spice Kitchen where we had their veg manchow soup that was really comforting, as well as tandoori tofu paired with mint sauce. Enjoy and follow for more. This is everything I ate in KL.
Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Clav is also going on Fresh and Fit later tonight.
Yeah, cool. That may or may not be retarded. Thanks for the donation, though, nigga. Blink donated $2. Let me see. Oh, dum-dum. Why does it... Oh my God.
It's a Saturday evening, and you're drinking beers, eating bullshit, hanging with your boys, killing your fucking test. Guess what I'm doing? I'm eating some rare porterhouse and some raw beef heart to boost my test.
Neither of those things boost your testosterone.
Instead of being a soy boy like you.
I have higher testosterone than he does. Like, by a lot. There's no comparison. My test, I think, is over 4 times what his is. Yeah, actually it is. I think he shared his test scores before. And they're under 1,000. What a dumb motherfucker.
Farmers markets in the country. Here's everything I got as a 21-year-old who's trying to honor God through the foods that I eat and how I take care of the body that
You can, like, clearly see this guy consistently has a fucking sunburn and he's aging like a fucking avocado.
he gave me to start off. They had a ton of organs that I've never tried before. They got some bull testicles, so definitely going to give those a try. Really look forward to trying those and incorporating
This guy comes off as an even bigger beta male than Paul Saladino.
a lot more different various types of organs.
That short is so cringe. He is copying Greg Doucette with the Taco Bell and other sound effects. I can't tell you how cringe that is. You shoved closed that immediately. I almost threw up.
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice. There's so many influencers who use these stupid fucking sound effects now, like I just mute it out automatically. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
We also got some liver, which you guys know I've been on that for a long time. They also got a ton of bone marrow bones. I'm gonna be having this every single day, just scooping it into my ground beef. Got a ton of some local 100% organic grass-fed beefs. We got a New York strip steak, 7 pounds of some organic grass-fed beef, all from the local area. And then of course, you guys know I love my honey because I'm always making some ice cream and putting that in my ground beef bowls as well. So we got some raw, local, unfiltered honey with some local fruits, some oranges, which are in season. And you guys know I always climb the trees, get some coconuts, so those are free, just in the area. And then of course we got some organic pasture-raised eggs, which I'll also use to make.
Yeah, he just eats like shit, whatever.
Primarily eating raw meat for the sake of convenience and digestion while I live in my car at a local park. Today we have a chuck steak and a buttload of butter. Going to be adding a little bit of salt on top later. I typically just cut up some of the steak while
Okay, these people are just retarded. Thanks for the donation, Blink.
Gary, back in 2022. Oh no, we did one already. No? Oh no, this is a new one. Gary, back in 2022, I started to have a spiritual awakening, been learning a lot, but why have this strong feeling to know more about the occult and chakras? Why? And last, will I be rich?
You're a 7 life path. 7s are all about knowledge. 7s care more about knowing everything in the world than all the bitches in the world or all the money in the world. To everyone their own. So as a 7 life path, that's all you really care about, learning as much as possible. You're basically like a crackhead for fucking information, and that's not a bad thing.
All right.
Yeah. Let's end the stream.
Why are people still doing this raw liver, testicles, tongue, gross organ meat bullshit? Didn't they learn at all? Look how it turned out of Frank. When is this stupid trend going away?
Well, here's the here's the thing too. You only see what these people eat on camera, and oftentimes they won't even eat it on camera. They'll just show you a bowl of food, and then you don't even see them eat it. Paul did this. He made like this disgusting smoothie where he mixed like meat and oranges together. He literally didn't even eat it. He just dumped it out in the fucking trash or down the sink or something. So I'm highly skeptical that a lot of these people are even eating what they claim to be eating. And if they are, probably a lot of that is only on camera. And then once that fad dies down, it's just going to be the next thing, I guess. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
So I'll show you that. So what I ordered is this like Henley shirt, and apparently I'm gonna be like some Hunger Games bullshit. I don't fucking know. I didn't obviously pick that out, but it's kind of cope. But we'll see. We'll see. There's so many flies in my room. God damn it. So I don't know exactly what's gonna happen with Halloween. What about you guys? What are you guys gonna do for Halloween? You guys got any plans? Did you end up paying your parents' Wi-Fi bill? Well, yeah, I would say that I more than compensated my parents for that. I let my dad, or I pretty much gave him my car. So I gave him a car, so I think he's good. Because I had a truck, right? And he's always needed a second car, and I wasn't gonna ship it, and I don't go back home, so I was like, yeah, I don't really need it. You can have it. So I think he's all good off the Wi-Fi bill. That's what I'll say. And he was never not good. He was never not good. It's like, dude, what do I gotta pay this Wi-Fi bill? I was working a wage normie cuck job at the time, while live streaming on the side. It's like, give me a break with paying the Wi-Fi bill. You know what I mean? I think you could handle it. Now, if you asked that, I'd be like, yeah, I'll pay the fucking Wi-Fi bill. But I wasn't as clouded. Going to stay at a party, slay at a party. I hope you meant. You know. When did you start using AAS? I used AAS starting from when I was 14 years old. If I can figure this shit out, I'm fucked. Thoughts on SHP? That's a good question, man. That's a good question. So, any of you guys who don't know, Seton Hall Prep is where I went to high school, and
14.
I would say it was a good experience overall. I'd say that high school was pretty good. It kind of was a strict.
Byron Johnston has political ambitions. You can tell by his latest video and also his desire to appease both sides of the political spectrum and him being so careful what he says. I actually hate it. I think it's bad for the progression of medical science.
Well, that game also doesn't really work. You can't play both sides. Neither of them will like you or trust you. But yeah, it seems like it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. How does this guy look natural when he's been taking steroids since he was 14?
Environment where I went to an all-boys Catholic high school. There's no point in me not saying it now that it's all over the internet. There was a viral edit of me, my class photo and my yearbook photo got posted out there. By the way, the quote was based from Albert Einstein, right? So if you guys saw that edit, I'm sure you already know where I go to school. Yeah, you fuck with the quote, that's what I mean. But anyway, so it was a good experience overall. The problem with high school was I had to wake up so goddamn early because I lived so far away from where I went, and I had to take the train. This was my high school experience, right? I had to wake up at 5:45 in the morning, go downstairs. I'd eat 12 eggs, and then from there I'd have to walk about 0.8 miles to the train, and then I would get on the train. I'd have to get off, and then I'd have to walk another like 1.5 miles to school because the train station wasn't really close. There was another bus that took kids from the train, but since I came from the opposite direction, it didn't run for me. So that was interesting. There's a clip of you throwing hands. Where? That's interesting. I would be curious to see. But yeah, guys. So high school kind of sucked with me. Yeah. Bro, Unksky deleted his diss vid on you. Well, yeah, because I don't really know what the intention was. It was just like a random person with a LARP account. Like, I'm not, it's very obvious that's not me. It's literally a gray cell. Like, if I were trying to make someone look bad, I would at least like match the color on the forum and the profile picture. You know what I mean? If you were trying to LARP as me, that'd probably be a little bit smarter, you know? But I have no idea what that was. That was kind of interesting. Thoughts on injectable Superdrol? Well, obviously injectable Superdrol is going to mog oral Superdrol because it's not going to pass through your liver and get you sick as a dog. But, you know.
Injectable Superdrol will pass through your liver.
Do you think some people's depression is valid, because their lives have been objectively difficult and harsh? How would you advise someone can cure depression if their depression is a result of life circumstances and not just a chemical imbalance?
That's kind of a stupid question, dude. It's all a matter of mindset. So I don't know what difference it makes. Everyone can be in any kind of circumstance. It's all just a matter of mindset. Like some of the richest people on the planet are depressed. So, like, whatever. It's just how you look at things. Thanks for the donation, Blink. Dodo donated $2. His face looks weird, and he's probably using filters, too. Also, by the way, Clavicular looks like he could be Louis Rossman's son. Do you agree? No.
Ever since I dropped Debloat, you guys have been asking me for an acne skin formula, and so I delivered.
Man, I thought promoting Accutane was bad. Case Shammy has come out with his own mini Accutane pill that will give you liver failure eventually. Could be 1 year of use, 2 years of use, 5 years of use.
I don't know how he could figure that. It's not particularly high in vitamin A. Like, it's high, but not particularly high.
Use, and not only will you have liver failure, it will take you just as long to fix it. Those 3, 4, however many years you take the supplement, it's going to take that many years of.
Like, by the way, Frank has said that his diet gave him liver failure. So anyone who followed Frank's advice for the last few years, you know, supposedly Frank was promoting a diet that caused liver failure.
Following a strict detox diet to reverse it. And the vitamin A amount might not be as high as Accutane specifically, but all this other stuff, 3,000%, 6,000%, 700% of the RDI, that's getting stored in your liver, and it will accumulate for years and years and years.
No, they don't just get stored in your liver.
Years and years, until there's so much that your liver starts failing, and at that point, you're gonna write me. You'd write anyone a check for any amount of money that knew how to.
Frank's a fucktard. He seems to be jealous of anybody who's selling, like, supplements and shit online who are doing better than him. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, so Clav doesn't know what he's talking about. Injectable Anadrol will pass through your liver. The only difference is it's going to avoid the first liver pass. So presumably, if you're only using Anadrol for a week or two, you might end up having less liver stress compared to just taking it orally. But if you're doing more than a 2-week, you know, cycle of Anadrol, or if you use high enough doses, you know, you're going over 100 milligrams or something per day, probably not going to make any difference. So I don't think he understands how the drug's metabolized.
So, but I'll talk a little bit about high school. We answered a couple questions. I'll give you guys some more lore. I'll give you guys some more backstory, kind of how that went. So, to be quite honest with you, where I went to high
Clad
school
wants
wasn't my
to
first
join
pick,
the content
but,
creator group FaZe Clan LOL.
Yo, chat, I'm joining FaZe. I'm FaZe nigga. Chat, everyone tweet at FaZe. New member, FaZe nigga. Let's go. FaZe Matt. Chat, let me join right now. FaZe Matt. Let's go.
Yes, VG Hidos Cavacula's father.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day. Today I'm going to be following up on a popular...
He does not look even remotely similar. Thanks for the donation, Dodo, and thanks for the donation, Pooh.
You know, because I wasn't allowed to go to the high school that all of my friends were going to because I was an incredibly misbehaved kid, right? So what happened was there was a program in the summer of 7th grade, so right as I was going into 8th grade, called like some higher excellence bullshit. Every kid went, every kid from my town, every boy. It was another all boys Catholic school. Actually not as prestigious of a school, but a lot closer to my hometown. All my friends were going. So I go to the summer camp, right? And long story short, it was essentially like school in the summer, kind of so that they could take notes on you and it looks good on your application. If you went to this program, it seems like you're taking initiative. You know, they get to know a little bit about you, this, that, and the other thing, right? But my fucking stupid ass was always going around doing some bullshit, being an idiot, throwing food in the cafeteria, being on my phone all the time, not giving a fuck, getting into arguments, you know, shoving people. And then when I applied to school, I didn't obviously they didn't want me there. Long story short, for the one high school I wanted to go to, because I was so misbehaved in the summer program that they were like, fuck no. And that was kind of disappointing. So I had a meeting and I was like, hey, what's going on, guys? Because it wasn't even a good school. It wasn't a good high school. All right. And they were like, they started reading through this list of things.
Mexican soybeans and retailers, can you rate this song? Yeah, it's great. These are bad.
I got a gun, officer.
I'll shoot you, nigga.
Oh, what the fuck?
All right, thanks for the donation, dude.
That I did because they were keeping detailed logs of all the kids, and it was very brutal. They were saying that I was just out of control, kind of, and yeah, no, sorry, buddy. So my mom, thankfully enough, applied to another high school, which was where I wound up going for me, because maybe she anticipated my stupidity, and she actually did the entire application, wrote the essay, because I wasn't doing that shit. So I go there, school's 45 minutes away, a long-ass commute, you know, don't know anyone, COVID year, masks, it's horrible, right? So freshman year kind of sucked, and then sophomore year was also really bad, because we were wearing masks where I grew up in New Jersey for up until like 2022. So you didn't really know anyone, you couldn't really make connections too well, because think about it, you're wearing a mask, you don't even really know, you can't read people's lips, you can't have like big discussions, because you can't fucking hear anything. So it's not exactly easy to socialize. It sounds like hope, but it's legit. There's lots of Zoom bullshit, you know what I mean? So that was probably the worst time to go into high school was in 2020 at the dawn of COVID. You know, because my 8th grade in March of 2020 was when I was in 8th grade. And then I had those couple months of school. I didn't get to graduate 8th grade and have the cool shit. It was all on Zoom. So I had that, and I go into high school, more Zoom. You know, you go in, I went into school I think for 2 hours a day, and then the rest was on Zoom. It was like weird bullshit, and they'd cancel it when there was like an outbreak, and it was just, the whole thing was a fucking shit show, right? So socially, it makes it pretty difficult, right? It makes it very difficult to socialize, and especially when I didn't know fucking anyone. So this was really bad timing. And then the last 2 years of high school,
I just ordered this shit. AMD supremacy. Also my skates came but they were too fucking small because the sizing chart is wrong. Have to return them and wait forever.
$99.50x3D. That's pretty good. $90.70. That's pretty good. Yeah, it's a decent system. Dope. Yeah, that's why I always check, reviews before ordering skates. When you're dealing with specific brands, they're gonna fit differently. If I ever get like Power Slide or FR skates, I'm always a European 45. I've never had an issue with fitment, just getting European 45. With Rollerblade, they're an American company, and they do fit different. They do seem to fit smaller. I got their size 11s, and I think that's the equivalent of a European 45. But they do fit smaller. Luckily for me, they did break in where they did end up fitting properly. But yeah, a lot of people have complained about that. Thanks for the donation, though, Non-Web. Yap donated $2. Some more garbage for you to look at. Oh.
That's not yours! Is that a cat? No, it grabbed the ball! Get back here! Somebody stop it! No way! Too late! It's out!
Kind of like these AI cat videos. I don't know why the fuck Instagram's doing this thing now where it's asking you to follow people.
I almost kind of feel bad about this one. We got a couple weeks worth of plops. Rain soaked. Super mushy. What the?
You gotta fight fire with fire sometimes.
I'll say, bite the pillow. I'm going in dry. The Chinese. 咬住枕头，我要来了。咬住枕头，我要来了。咬住枕头，我要来了。
Alright, that's good to know. Thanks for the donation, Yap.
Speculate that the COVID thing was probably what detrimented me the most, because everyone was coming in from, a select group of towns, one county, and I was coming in from a different county far away because I didn't get into my county's school because of my behavior.
While you've been gone the past couple days, have you considered Christianity? I'm always here for you, bro. Jesus is always open. I'm Richard. I found a solid church near me that my girlfriend and I go to now, and actually met a couple vegans, which was cool.
I don't know why there's so many Christians that think I'm a retarded gay faggot who'd ever follow that dumb bitch religion. But I wasn't gone for the last 2 days. I took yesterday off because I had really severe diarrhea, and after shitting out like nothing but water, I was kind of exhausted. Thanks for the donation, though, Mac Daddy.
Right? So I've always been like sort of a crazy guy. I've always been someone who's acting out, doing crazy shit. So me being famous, that's why it doesn't really surprise me that much. I kind of knew in some way I would do something nuts. I would do something that was going to get me attention, because I was always doing something crazy. I was always the one that was getting fucking arrested for throwing eggs and doing shit like that. Or like, fucking whatever. I'd always be the one. I'd always be the kid. So not getting into the school, no one was too surprised by that. Getting kicked out of school, in college, no one was surprised by that. So that was kind of like my high school experience. And then junior and senior years, since I wasn't, able to really socialize for the first two, I kind of just like continued with that and spent a lot of time doing research on my off time. I didn't really participate in like school spirit too much. I kind of just couldn't be fucked. I was just like, I want to be done with this. So I on junior year, I got pretty into the Catholic stuff though, because it was a Catholic school. I actually got baptized, which maybe some of you guys have seen the photo that got leaked. And confirmed to the Catholic Church at 17 years old, right? So I was 17 when I got baptized, and that was a kind of a weird experience, the whole Christian thing. I mostly knew it was cope to a degree, but I was like okay with that. I was like, oh, well, I'm just looking for something, right? I'm looking for some way to kind of bridge the gap, maybe improve the morals a little bit. So that was a bit of a weird...
You are going to feel like a dumbass when you die, and you'll be in hell, and since I'm trans and gay, I can be there too to point and laugh at you.
Probably not. Probably just gonna die. Thanks for the donation, though, non-wib.
Weird era that I had, the Christian era. That was junior year. I was doing a lot of research, still pretty black-pilled about everything, but I was like, maybe this is a better alternative. Turns out it fucking wasn't. So I go through that. Then senior year, not involved in school either. I'm fully black-pilled. This was when I was doing all the autistic Botox and shit like that. Can't be fucked with school. I did really well that year in school, but I was mostly rotting on black pill that entire year in 2024. Graduate. Then I start my work again, at the place I always work in the summer in between my high school years, bouncing, working security, learning what I know now about nightlife and, going through all those experiences. So from there, then I went to university, got kicked out, and, the story continues. But that's kind of how my high school went. I don't really have a crazy high school experience to share with you because it was so mundane, the school that I went to. Just everyone's wearing a button-up shirt and tie. It's like a very uniform place. Not a lot of kids are able to act out or else they fuck with you. It's not like a public school where kids are getting their heads shoved into lockers and shit like that. So private school, I guess, was nice. It was chill. The most you ever saw was like some dumbass is slapboxing in the fucking bathroom or shit like that. But yeah, no, nothing crazy. The one crazy thing that happened to me in high school was this. So what I always used to do is I would make alt accounts on Instagram, right? I was always the crazy motherfucker. And I made one called, the town I was living in, Rates, right? It was called town_rates. And what I would do is I would take pictures of the girls from my town and I'd post them on the story and give them a rate. So this was when I was, I think I was 16 at the time. I was 16 doing this shit. This was like before I was super into like PSL and Black Belt. This is when I was like first starting to get into. I was really into rating. So I posted the pictures and I give them a rate, and I would always put like a funny comment, similar to how I rate now. So that's where I got a lot of the inspiration. Came up with a lot of the words that I used to describe people. So overall that was pretty funny. But what happened was I would post the rates and do that, and people freaked out. Whole town-wide controversy. People posted about it on Facebook groups, bitches' moms and shit. So that really got me into some shit. No one could prove it was me, but everyone kind of knew because I was always the one doing some bullshit. I didn't tell anyone it was me.
This is funny.
They just would always assume anytime some shit would go crazy, thank you for the subscription. Everyone in my town assumes, oh, it's got to be Braden Peters, right? So then they emailed my school, and I had to go meet with the principal, and they're like running through this shit. They're like, they sit down, and the guy's pretty based. He's like a Republican administrator. He's like, so you're putting pictures of girls and giving them ratings? Is that what I'm hearing? And I'm like, nah, man, I got no idea.
That is the dumbest fucking shit imaginable, dude. Like, girls are the most chatty, bratty, vapid fucking cunts. Like, they'll talk about how much money a dude makes, how tall he is, how big his dick is. They'll share dick pics of their boyfriend with fucking everyone. And then nobody says anything, but like, yeah, a dude makes a website saying like a chick is ugly. Oh my god, how could you do this? Fuck right off.
No idea about any of that.
It's funny too with women being so ridiculously judgmental. Like, you can't fucking believe. Like, they will analyze absolutely every aspect of you, your life. Like, oh, you're only 5'9". You only make $59,000. Like, but then, oh, she's kind of fat. How could you say that? Like, fucking crazy.
Meanwhile, I like totally did it. And then he was just like, okay, well they sent in an email here, quite disappointed about some of the language you used. I'm like, oh, I don't really know anything about that. Like, what did they say? And he starts reading through some of the screenshots of me calling people like abominable troglodytes and like 1 out of 10 and all this nonsense. And I'm sitting there like, oh, dude, like that's horrible. Like trying not to cage. So that was always really funny. They found out about that account. And then I had another alt account that I would do on Instagram where I would just post pictures of people and just like write essays like looksmax.org to your things, like just talking shit. So I was always a peak hater, I was like incel. I was like retarded. So I would do shit like that. I was kind of fucking that was kind of weird, but that was I was just a computer like Discord rotting. I was never normie. You know what I mean? So that was always interesting. Thoughts on Del Barton? That's another school that's near me. Interesting that you know that. Guy's an OG. So what age did Clav lose the V card? 16. What would you say your base PSL was compared to now? I would say that I would be generous at 4 PSL when I was in high school. I would say I was probably around 3.5 for some of high school. Like, literally. Should I use C?
PSL? I can't imagine what that stands for.
Facts before the job interview. Use crystal meth, man. Like, what's all the beating around the bush? If you really want to impress your job interviewer, do a line of crystal meth before it. Really go in there speedballing, and, you know, you need to be...
In high school, there was some dumb bitch teacher who didn't know who I was and always screamed "go to the office" in my ear when I rolled by in my Heelys. What you gonna do, bitch? Chase me? I got fucking wheels on my feet.
That's funny. Yeah, that's pretty good. I remember like every kid on my hockey team had those wheel shoes. I decided not to get them. 'Cause one, they're not like rollerblades or anything. So, you know, I thought about it and I was like, yeah, it's not going to be as fun. And then two, if my parents get me, you know, an expensive pair of like wheelie shoes, then I don't have any leverage to ask for like a video game. So I'd rather have the video game, obviously. And I figured I'd like fuck them up too, because I'd go through like mud and dirt and stuff. That's pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, Non-Wib.
Talking about random nonsense. Go on meth rants to your future employer. Tell him that he shouldn't be doing this. Basically act like you're a consultant that he hired and start ripping his business to shreds while you're tweaking on meth, while your hands are snapping around going a million miles an hour. I would say that that's probably going to get you the job. You got to stand out in today's job society. Cloud, crazy. We're both from NJ and went to the
All right, do meth before job interviews.
same uni. Do people in uni still... I wonder if people in the university I went to... Am I like a big thing there at this point? Am I a big hit? Anyone know? Anyone know if I'm a big...
You were arrested in high school. Was it embarrassing to show up to school after that? No, I didn't give a fuck.
Are we ever
All right, Trump Epstein shit.
gonna see the rest of the Epstein files? Well, don't hold your breath. But thanks to the bipartisan efforts of Representatives Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie, after months of fighting, the House finally took a vote to release the files. And it turns out that a lot of Republicans were in favor of releasing the files.
Nays are 427. The nays are 1.
Who knew? Well, definitely not the Republicans. Meanwhile, Epstein's surviving victims kept the pressure on Trump.
And to the president, I want to send a clear message to you. While I do understand that your position has changed on the Epstein files, and I'm grateful that you have pledged to sign this bill, I can't help to be skeptical of what the agenda is.
In the end, faced with no other option, even Trump had to concede that the files should be released. So what was the one weird trick that finally forced the House to do the right thing? Why is everyone now suddenly an expert on congressional discharge petitions? And what happens now? Will we actually ever see any files? Now, candidate Trump said he would release the so-called Epstein files.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
Once he took office, though, Trump changed his tune, claiming that there's nothing to see here, it's all a hoax created by the Democrats.
So this is a Democrat hoax that never ends.
And in July, after claiming that the files were on Attorney General Pam Bondi's desk, Trump's Justice Department announced that there was no Epstein client list and that no more files would be released. Trump claimed the entire Epstein issue was boring and told everyone to just move on.
It's pretty boring.
I have a funny feeling he's going to try to cover something up, and then everyone's going to find out he tried to cover something up, and it's just going to get worse.
Stuff. It's sorted, but it's boring. And I don't understand why it keeps going.
And Trump claimed that he wasn't a fan of Epstein and that he hadn't spoken to Epstein for a decade and a half. Yet Trump was weirdly furious at the idea that any more Epstein files might get released. When the Wall Street Journal ran a story about Trump's creepy message in Epstein's 2003 birthday book, Trump sued the publication for $10 billion. In a lawsuit that's likely to get him sanctioned before he recovers $1, let alone $10 billion. And it seemed when anyone, including Trump's former supporters, called for the disclosure of the documents, he lashed out at them. But since it was clear that the administration wasn't going to release the files on its own, Representatives Ro Khanna, a Democrat from California, and Representative Thomas Massie, a Republican from Kentucky, introduced the Epstein Files Transparency Act. In response, Trump personally attacked Massie on social media, calling him, quote, a real loser, and proclaiming that he was looking for someone to run against Massie in his primary. Khanna and Massie's bill would require the Department of Justice to release.
That is not a normal response to somebody who wants to catch child predators. That is just like in every way Trump is acting, like, we just know there's something to this.
I wish I could suck on these titties.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, dude. She has, ridiculously huge tits. Yeah, that's Ben Shapiro's sister. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
When's the last time you ate food with people who were eating meat next to you?
Quite a while ago. It's had to have been like a few years now. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The vast tranche of files within 30 days, with almost no exceptions. This includes files on Epstein and Maxwell, flight logs and travel records, Epstein's associates and co-conspirators, immunity deals or plea bargains he was offered, government communications about Epstein and the accusations against him, and records related to Epstein's death. The Epstein Files Transparency Act also specifically says that no files can be withheld just because they would be embarrassing to government officials, public figures, or foreign dignitaries, which is probably making a lot of people really nervous right now. The only things that could be withheld were details that would identify the victims, child sexual abuse materials, classified information, images depicting death or physical abuse, and documents that would jeopardize an active federal investigation or ongoing prosecution. Hang on to that because we're going to come back to it later. But given Trump's very public opposition to releasing the Epstein files, it was pretty obvious that Khanna and Massey's bill wasn't going to progress the usual way. So Khanna tried another method, attaching an amendment to another piece of legislation. When Republicans defeated this, Khanna and Massey came up with a new plan. They would employ a rarely used procedural mechanism, one weird trick if you will, to force the disclosure of the Epstein files. But all this talk of secret government documents reminds me it's probably a good time to wipe all your personal and private information off the internet. Your cell phone number, home address, email address, private social media accounts, and tons of sensitive data are shockingly introduced and then referred to the committee with subject matter jurisdiction. That committee may hold hearings, debate the bill, and then vote on whether to report it back to the full House. After a bill is reported, it's sent to the Rules Committee. The Rules Committee recommends how the bill will be debated on the floor and whether amendments will be allowed. Then the Rules Committee reports a resolution that sets those terms. Now the House considers this, and if the House adopts the resolution, this controls whether amendments can be offered and how long the debate can go on. Once the resolution governing debate is adopted, the House will follow those rules and the bill is considered on the floor under the terms established by the Rules Committee. Now, the Epstein Files Transparency Act was referred to the Committee on the Judiciary, where it seemed destined to die.
VG, come on, we all know you want a 7 feet tall Amazonian woman to throw you around and make you her bitch. The red pill shit is all cope.
Nah, not into that. Gets intimidated after getting height mugged. How tall is he?
What's up?
How you doing? What's your name?
You guys are
My
almost
name
the
is
same
Angel.
height.
What's up?
How tall are you? I'm Angel.
I'm Braden. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
She's kind of cute.
This is a crazy mug. Why weird? This is
You're tall though. It's not.
This not.
I'm just super tall though.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
It happens. This is kind of intimidating.
He's intimidating.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm taller than Clav.
That's okay though. Everybody says that it's intimidating.
Yeah, it is what it is.
I mean, you just gotta be brave though.
Yeah, she is cute.
Yeah.
If you're brave, ain't no problem in here. Are you brave? What's that?
The fuck is this? Well, there's some wrestling going on there, it looks like. I have no idea why that's not loading. Yeah, it just won't load. Thanks for the donation, though, compensation. Dodo donates $2. Do you now refuse to eat with people eating meat because Gary Yourofsky has the same policy? As do I. Depends on the situation, but most circumstances, yeah, like, why would I bother? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
A quiet death, like about 94% of bills, which die in committee. Massey and Khanna, though, came up with a plan to bypass Speaker Mike Johnson and the usual Rules Committee process and force a floor debate on the vote. Specifically, they decided to use what's called a discharge petition. Now, a discharge petition is a way for ordinary House members to get a bill considered on the floor, even if it hasn't passed out of committee. This procedural mechanism was originally created in 1910 as part of the revolt against the overpowered congressional leadership, which had made it very difficult for regular members to get their bills introduced. To move a discharge petition forward, the Congress members have to circulate a petition and get 218 House members, a majority, to sign. And discharge petitions are governed by House Rule 15, Clause 2. Now, there are two kinds of discharge petitions in the House. One can be used to force a vote on a bill, and the other can force a vote on a procedural rule. Now, discharging a bill normally requires waiting at least 30 legislative days after that bill.
Basically Chick Mog's dude in wrestling match, and it's pretty clear it's because bro got nervous cause her juicy butt was right up in his nose.
That'd be nice. That'd be fun, wrestling girls. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Another clav vid if you want to watch.
Life tutorial for ugly men. Serious. All right, we'll watch that next. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
Bill has been sent to the committee, and Khanna and Massey didn't want to wait that long. So Representatives Khanna and Massey cleverly decided to create a discharge petition for a rule. They created a rule called House Resolution 581. The text of House Resolution 581 contained the instruction that, quote, immediately upon adoption of this resolution, the House shall proceed to the consideration in the House of the bill H.R. 185 to advance responsible policies. H.R. 185 was originally an unrelated bill, but once adopted, the rule would automatically replace the entire contents of H.R. 185 with the text of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. And by doing it this way, Khanna and Massey avoided the 30-day waiting period required for a discharging bill. And doing this also allowed Massey and Khanna to maintain control over the substance of the bill itself. House Resolution 581 explicitly waives all usual points of order except 1 hour of debate and 1 motion to recommit. Now, we're far into the weeds of congressional rulemaking, but if you're watching this channel, odds are you get off on this sort of thing. But if Khanna and Massey had used the discharge petition on the bill instead of using the discharge petition on this rule, that bill would be subject to all the usual congressional shenanigans. Other representatives could attach a dozen amendments to the bill, leadership could water it down or even gut it, defectors could require that, for example, there be a broad exemption for any material that might have national security implications. The list goes on. But by discharging a rule instead of a bill, on the other hand, they can essentially freeze the content of the bill, forcing an up or down vote on the text that Khanna and Massey drafted. And to move the discharge petition forward, though, they would need to get those 218 signatures. The Democrats were on board because once they figured out that the contents of the files seemed to be catastrophic for President Trump, they changed their tune and supported releasing those files.
I once wrestled a woman in high school and she pinned me with her titties in my face. The estrogen rubbed off and made me trans.
I don't know, you're probably just gay to begin with. Thanks for the donation though, non-wib.
But at the time, there were only 213 of them. So they'd need some Republican support, which was going to be a challenge since lately the Republican Party is entirely subservient to Trump, who has made it clear that he would oppose any efforts to disclose the documents. Still, Congressperson Massey managed to get 3 other Republican representatives to sign his discharge petition. And that include Representatives Nancy Mace, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Lauren Boebert. So faced with these Republican defections and public pressure to hold a vote and release the Epstein files, Republican Speaker of the House Mike Johnson did the only thing he could do. He held a vote and released the files. No, I'm just kidding. Instead, Speaker Johnson shut the entire House down in early August during the government shutdown and kept it shut down for months on end. Johnson claimed he had many reasons for opposing the discharge petition. He was worried about the victims. The House Oversight Committee was already investigating.
Yeah, right. Dude, this is just so fucking crazy. The fucking party that like over and over and over again accuses Democrats of being pedophiles or protecting pedophiles. Oh, here we go. Protecting pedophiles. Every fucking accusation is an admission with these people. The bill is waiting on Trump to sign. White House shut down for the night after they got it. Lol, it's never getting signed. Yeah. Seriously. Dude, it's like, I mean, what the fuck? What excuses can you make up at this point? Like, this is so catastrophic. Trump's guilty as fuck, dude. He did something to some fucking kids. Like, he had to have.
Investigating, but his critics claimed that there was only one reason, that Trump opposed the disclosure of the documents and Johnson was doing his bidding. But when the House returned, Massey and Khanna were no less determined to move this forward. But they still needed one more vote.
And I think when we return in September,
we'll get phase 2 of the Epstein files, because we'll get, I believe, every Democrat and at least a dozen Republicans who want transparency and justice.
Help was on the way, though, because in a September special election, Arizona elected Democratic Representative Adelita Grijalva to take the place of her father, who passed away. So Kana and Massey would have their 218th vote. Or they would have if Johnson had allowed her to be sworn in. Instead, Speaker Johnson deliberately slow-walked Representative Grijalva's swearing in for that entire time that the Congress was shut down. Johnson made all kinds of excuses for this delay. First, he said the election results needed to be certified, even though previous special election winners had been sworn in pretty much immediately. Then he claimed Grijalva couldn't be sworn in when Congress was in recess.
She won her election after the House was out of session.
When people pointed out that other representatives have, Johnson claimed that that was because they'd already flown their families and friends in to watch them be sworn in, and Representative Grijalva had not. And he argued that it just wouldn't be as fun for Representative Grijalva to be sworn in if the rest of the members weren't there. There would be no, quote, pomp and circumstance.
She deserves to have all the pomp and circumstance that everybody else does.
Dude. There's like, these are such bad excuses. You know, when you're failing this hard, just take the L.
She deserved to have a full House of members and go down and do the speech and have her family and friends in the balcony.
But Democrats claim that the real reason for this delay was that Johnson didn't want Grijalva to be the 218th signature on the Epstein Files discharge petition. So more than a month and a half passed, and a lawsuit was filed on behalf of Grijalva, and Trump continued to try to block the release of the files. Some sources claim that Trump even pulled Representative Boebert into the Situation Room to try to get her to remove her signature from the discharge petition. But Boebert, Green, and Mace refused to back down, and Representative Grijalva was finally sworn in on November 12th. And not surprisingly, Representative Grijalva immediately added her name to the discharge petition, finally giving Kana and Massey their 218th signature. Now, under House Rule 15, Section 2C1, though, 7 more legislative days had to pass before one of the signatories can notify the House that they intend to offer the discharge petition. After that, Speaker Johnson would have 2 days to schedule the vote. And because his efforts to stymie Representative Grijalva's swearing in failed, and he was now staring down the inevitable discharge petition, Speaker Johnson was faced with an uncomfortable choice. He could either let Representatives Kana and Massey's Rebel Alliance force the vote, or he could take the matters into his own hands, try to save some face, and schedule the vote himself. So he took the face-saving option and grudgingly promised to expedite the process and hold a vote on the Epstein Files Transparency Act this week. Johnson, though, still claimed that the discharge petition was reckless. And meanwhile, Trump continued to rail against the release of the documents. On Truth Social, the president declared that this was just the Democrats, quote, pushing the Epstein hoax again. For my own part, I'm fascinated as to which part of this he thinks is the hoax. But he criticized the, quote, weak Republicans who have fallen into their clutches because they are soft and foolish. And Trump escalated his attacks on...
Isn't this the same dumb motherfucker who made a post on Truth Social saying he supports releasing the rest of the files?
Massey specifically, personally insulting Massey for recently remarrying after the June 2024 death of his first wife. And one of Trump's top political advisors called Massey garbage in a Twitter post. And that same political advisor worked...
This is the guy who cheated on his wife with a fucking porn star.
To primary Massey in Kentucky. Trump also attacked Green, declaring that he was withdrawing his support from her, that she was wacky and a lunatic, and she's a Republican in name only, and she's a traitor. Still, Massey and his 3 Republican signatories refused to back down. In an interview, Massey called Trump out for protecting pedophiles.
The deal for Republicans on this vote is that Trump will protect you if you vote the wrong way. In other words, if you vote to cover up for pedophiles, you've got cover.
Some kind of collab stream with you and Clav would be great, Ments. Maybe you should reach out. Just putting the idea out there.
Yeah, I don't know if you'd be opposed to it. It would probably be pretty minty. Thanks for the donation though, Pooh.
Hi Richard, I implemented your power shrugs form and that incline lateral raise, helly shit dude, even though I am natty my traps and shoulders blew the fuck up, people notices it. Your advice is fucking goated, dude, thanks man.
Well, I wouldn't call them power shrugs. They're just a wide grip shrug. The mistake people make, though, is they think they need, like, perfect form and they need to hold it at the top. Like, that's completely counterintuitive. You need to weight them extremely heavy. So you can use a little bit of body English to get it up, but what really makes the muscle grow is that, like, deep stretch under tension. So, like, that's why the wide grip also helps. you're stretching the trap out more at the bottom, and you're also, like, that's one of the functions of the trap, to bring your shoulders in. So having a wider grip is better. But it's not a power shrug where you're, like, literally using your legs and everything to get it up. But yeah, people just do stupid shit where they're trying to use, like, perfect form. Like, it just doesn't work. But yeah, those incline laterals are goated. It's weird how nobody does them. Thanks for the donation, though, Blake. Appreciate it.
In a Republican primary.
And meanwhile, as you probably saw, the Democrats released a portion of files which included emails between Epstein and several people discussing Trump's ties to Epstein and his potential knowledge about Epstein's pedophilia. And in retaliation, Trump told Attorney General Pam Bondi to launch a new investigation into only Democrats who were associated with Epstein. Now, unfortunately for Trump, public opinion is solidly in favor of releasing all the files. A September poll revealed that 77% of Americans want the administration to release the full Epstein files, and since Massey and Khanna got their 218 signatures, there was no way to stop the rain. So it seems on Sunday, November 16th, Trump abruptly shifted his position, suddenly declaring that the Republicans should vote for the Epstein files to be released. In a post, Trump proclaimed, quote, "I don't care, and House Republicans should vote to release the Epstein files because we have nothing to hide." And he posted an article on the White House website arguing that really the Democrats are the ones who are hiding the truth about the Epstein files. So Johnson, with no option left except to do the right thing, actually held a vote on Tuesday. Remarkably, the House voted to pass the bill 427-1, with only Representative Clay Higgins against. And then it went to the Senate. Now, victory in the Senate definitely wasn't guaranteed. Senate leaders hadn't committed to holding a vote. And even if the bill did get a vote, it could be subject to amendments that would effectively gut it. In fact, after a friendly chat with Majority Leader John Thune, Johnson reported that he was confident that Thune would stymie the bill.
I called my counterpart in the Senate, Leader Thune, and I talked to him through this with him and shared our deep concerns. And of course, they share those concerns as well. And so I'm very confident that when this moves forward in the process, if and when it is processed in the Senate, which there's no certainty that that will be, that they will take the time methodically to do what we have not been allowed to do in the House.
But it seems that Thune rejected Johnson's claim. And again, remarkably, the Senate passed the bill by unanimous consent and they deemed it passed. So it passed without amendment. So now it moves to President Trump's desk. Trump could theoretically veto the bill to prevent the disclosure.
They literally did not see that coming. Like, I mean, even if they are Trump loyalists, the idea that any of these people have an interest in protecting pedophiles, or that they're going to be willing to stake their personal reputation, on the line, protecting pedophiles, just, to be in Trump's good graces, like, it's fucking retarded.
Closure of the Epstein files, but the margins are so high that even if Trump vetoes the bill, unless a whole bunch of votes change, Congress will.
Blaha mutes www.youtube.
All right, let me take a look. Thanks for the donation, Ed.
Well, clearly, I have the word stupid written on my forehead.
I mean, he might as well.
This is even my biggest critics admit. Like, dude, his strength code, I may not like Blaha, but my God, does he know how to get people strong.
Literally, like, I don't know if he's had a single client bench over 315.
Joe Fazer hired me at one time. What do you mean? He didn't use my program. I coached Joe Fazer for a while.
Yeah, apparently it was only because he was a retarded kid and Blaha offered to coach him for free. And from what I've heard, he didn't even follow Blaha's program. And then when he found out who Blaha is, he just completely cut contact with the guy.
He hired me to coach him. We got his deadlift to 4 plates. That was his goal. No, I coached Joe about 5 years ago.
4 plates? Doesn't Blaha make fun of dudes who can only deadlift 4 plates?
I need to be paid for a debate. I'm not debating for free. Like, will I do a debate for sufficient money? Yes. Especially these days. I mean, I had situations where it was harder to schedule stuff. Right now, I'd be happy to do a debate, if I'm compensated for it. Sure.
Yeah, he's just so busy.
So arrange it and discuss payment. Sean, but can you afford to pay for it? Like, I'm not debating for free, guys. I mean, I'm more than happy to do debate videos. But I need to be a
I'm more than happy to debate anybody. I just need $100,000 per hour, 'cause my time is just so valuable.
appropriately compensated. So for me to do a 1 hour debate for someone else to then record and upload, I feel $1,000 is pretty reasonable.
$1,000.
I feel $1,000 is pretty reasonable.
He doesn't even make that an entire month through all his revenue sources.
Lane backed out, but we had agreed to $7,000 at one time for a debate. And that was a serious agreement, and then he backed out. Like, we had...
He's lying. Lane was willing to give him like a couple $100 or something, and then Blaha asked for something ridiculous like, 10,000 or like, it was something absurd where it's like, yeah, I'm not giving you that kind of money.
Agreed that he was going to pay it.
Yeah, Lane never agreed to pay him $7,000. Lane offered to give him money for it, expecting he'd just ask for like a couple $100, which would be, I guess, worth it to embarrass Blaha at the time. And then Blaha demanded like 10 grand or some shit. It might still be up on Blaha's channel. Eight years ago.
Hey everybody, it's Jason. You have to go in hard. For weeks and weeks telling me publicly that I'm a big coward if I didn't do the debate. And then when we had terms kind of agreed to, he backs out. And it's interesting the way he tries to save face with that. But for people who don't understand, no, I wasn't interested in doing the debate at all. I'm not a big fan of debates. And the reason I'm not a fan of debates is because I have watched a few academic debates, and at least one of which I watched a person lose a debate, admitted he lost the debate, right? Admitted. That's my problem with debate. Who presented votes. So I'm sitting here going, what do I have to gain from this? What did I have to gain from this? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I don't even like debates. I don't believe in the concept, really. I think debates are about who can argue better, not about who has the best information on something or who's right on a topic. It means you can convince an audience better. There's a long history between Lane and I, his family, and any on that, but that's the reason. That's not how. Over a year before this incident, before I do it, just to give him a right. All right, that says a lot about the sort of person he is. Now, that's probably all that would have happened. I need to be basically, with my mind says, I need to be compensated enough to keep my cool. Because there's no way I could be in a room with him. Obviously, it would have to be on camera, and I'm sure he feels the same way. I don't think Lane and I could ever be in the same room together. It's probably not a good idea. I have no intention of...
Lane never expected to be in the same room with him. I think he was planning on having it online.
Coming near him, I'm sure he has no intention of coming near me, so anyone who thinks that would ever happen, not going to happen. But the thing is, like, well, I need to be compensated for this. And then when he agreed to compensate me, what I agreed to was to be paid the exact amount of money, not a penny more, not a penny less, to what I made in December off of YouTube ads. And I threw that out there because it would be more money than he anticipated. I wanted him to agree to a number that was going to be higher. Because if I wanted $4,000, I could have just asked for $4,000. If I wanted $5,000, I could have just said, I want $5,000 to do this. Hell, he might have agreed. Who knows? But I instead did something that was going to be an honest, legitimate thing that I didn't have to fabricate. Because I already knew roughly what I thought I was going to make. And that it would be a higher number than he realized he agreed to. I did that just...
So there you go, caught lying. He literally admitted Lane never agreed to give him $7,000.
To mess with him. Because I would lock him into an agreement publicly to pay me more money than he thought he was going to have to pay me. Because he honestly probably thinks I made like $2,000 or $1,500 or something off YouTube every month. Because a lot of people who hate me, that's honestly what they think. And that's okay. That's fine by me. No one really needs to know what I make. And then he had said, well, I either need a tax return or I'm going to need a bank deposit from Google. And I said, well, I'm not giving you a tax return ever, because you could hurt somebody with a tax return. Like, but I'll show proof of the bank deposit, which was reasonable, and I did. And, and he was saying, well, if he fakes this, and I'll sue him and I'll charge him with fraud or whatever. And it's kind of like, then when the number came back, it was higher than he thought it was going to be. And notice he didn't try to sue me for fraud or anything or threaten that anymore. He just claimed that it was made up, that it was fake. And he's got all these little trolls who are like, yeah, well, if that's real, then why of X, Y? I don't have to answer your X, Y, and Z. I have enough proof that would stand in a court of law. He couldn't drop fraud charges on me because I actually gave the
fuck is he even talking about?
Exact legitimate number to the penny with no fabrications. Like, I actually was honest on it, and I went into this knowing that if I lied, he'd be able to hold me accountable legally. Like, I knew that. That's why I didn't plan on what does he do to try to save face. Well, he realized he doesn't want to pay me that much money, even though he publicly agreed to it. And when he had agreed to it, I said, you know what? I'm going to drop all this other stuff. I'm going to let you pick the top of that pick. Anyone you have the home court backed out, it would be fraud.
What a dumbass. Like a literal fucking retard.
But I feel $1,000 for me to do a 1 hour, formal debate, with someone moderating it. I think.
Yeah, somebody's gonna give him $1,000. Let me see.
I remember the Lane Norton debate challenge. He tried to say you fudged the figures. He chickened out. He backed out.
Wait, did we watch that one? Yeah.
He fudged out. His agreement was, well, you pay X amount of whatever my YouTube income. And he said, okay, fine. And he said, but it has to be documented. So I notarized it. So the bank manager was a public notary. So I went to my bank. I went to my credit union.
He did not, he doesn't even know what notarizing something means.
At the time. And I had them print out the direct deposits with dates. Right? Had them print out direct deposits with dates and notarize it. And he was just like, I forgot. It was a significant. It was a lot more than $7,000. I think it was something like, you need to pay me 3 months of my YouTube ad revenue. An average.
Yeah, notice how his stories change. So before he was saying it was his income for December. Now he's saying it's 3 months of income.
3 months, and so I had him print out a full year. So my notary, we printed out a full year direct deposits from Google.
Yeah, and notice how before he was saying it was the month of December, and he showed a screenshot of the bank's bank statement. Now he's saying it's 3 months worth of income that they agreed to, but he printed out a full year's worth of bank statements, and he got it notarized. The story just completely changes.
So they were all spaced, so that we had a full year and we could take the average. And when I had it notarized, my public notary at the bank. So the bank manager printed it out, notarized it, stamped it.
He just lied. Like, he hasn't changed. He's just a fucking liar.
We already know Clav knows who Svary and Frank Tufano are. I would be really surprised if he doesn't know who you are. Maybe you could DM him on his IG.
Yeah, we could. We could do that. I'm actually surprised he hasn't gotten banned on Instagram. All right, messaged him. We'll see what if he responds or whatever. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
No wonder NH hates steroids. He is even too stupid to eat properly and eats like a retarded toddler. What do I expect?
To be twice a week, either tuna or salmon, and I eat it only twice a week because of the amount of mercury that can be found in some of the bigger fishes out there. If you
Maybe don't eat tuna and eat tofu instead?
want to be certain that you don't overconsume, you can just restrict your consumption like I do. But you just have to look at the food chain to understand what fish tends to be higher in mercury. The ones at the top of the food chain eat a ton of small fish, and so they accumulate much more mercury in their flesh. If you eat smaller fishes like sardines, you should be good. This is the reason why people tell you not to eat too much tuna. Tuna tends to be very high on the food chain, so their mercury content also tends to be high. Then I also consume...
Love how this fucktard, like, buys the free-range eggs.
Fatty fish twice a week as well. So this one is where I'm comfortable. Sadly, ignorant because they're way too dogmatic. There is a just in between. I think I am meeting that in between with butter.
Yeah, heart disease, yay.
This one is actually...
Like, what's funny, too, is he's made absolutely zero progress and just got fatter. Like, it's so retarded. I mean, I did that crazy bulk to get up to 410, but I lost the weight after, and I was clearly way more fucking jacked. Like, my strength skyrocketed. I built a lot of fucking extra muscle. I made progress. This guy just got fatter and no more progress. There's no hope for humanity, you know? Like, you've got jackasses like this who will eat the most trash fucking garbage you could possibly eat. And then you see me, you know, eating a vegan diet and everything, actually making gains. Does anybody think, oh, should we, like, maybe eat like vegan gains? No. Let's just eat our trash garbage and not make any fucking progress and just get fatter. Like NH. Fucking dork. Yeah, he's a fucking retard. Thanks for the donation, Slenderman.
Clav is going on fresh and fit tonight. It will be the black pill versus the red pill.
You know, I don't know if Clav necessarily fits into the black pill box. Because, like, I mean, he follows red pill principles. You know, you can better yourself, you can make yourself look better, increase your income, social status, social skills. So, like, he does all that. Like, real black pillars are usually the fucking losers who just don't even try and give up on life because they're like, I have bad genes, so... I don't know if he really fits in the black pill box. Thanks for the donation, though, Majin Buu.
You seen this Glav clip, lol?
Let me take a look. I think we just watched it.
When he's around a whole group of people. Yeah. He's one of the best. My podcast with Zerko is probably one of the best he ever did. But by himself, man, he's as useful as a two fucking legged dog, bro.
I think that, you know, you take 10-minute Zerka clip, just go through any stream. There's more value than quite literally anything that you've ever said. I would make that argument.
Okay. And John Zerka talks to billionaires.
Does that matter?
Because here's what matters in the world. Can you influence your will on others? And I have spread numerology and astrology to the point where John Zerka is my fucking student, not the other way around. I'm his fucking Jedi fucking master.
Yeah, we already saw this. We saw the bigger clip. Yeah, Clav just made him look like a fucking retard. That guy is just a dumb fuck. Thanks for the donation, retard. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Been to Israel?
Well, they want to...
Have you ever been?
The conversation's over.
Of course it is.
Free Palestine.
From Hamas. Thank you so much. And you have a sign saying Free Palestine, right? What do you want to free Palestine from?
Israel.
Occupation, genocide. What's going to happen to the Israelis in the year 2000?
Notice how they're all weak, skinny, gay, twink beta males?
The Israeli government was able to almost completely withdrew.
In Gaza, not in the West Bank.
96% of the land, including Gaza and the West Bank. They even offered to connect the land to one another to make sure that there's room for the Palestinians to cross.
That sounds inaccurate.
You can look it up. Yasser Arafat rejected it, and the Saudi prince, one of the Saudi officials, said, Yasser, you are retarded for refusing this peace deal. They were giving it to you on a platter.
That a lot of Palestinians in the West Bank are harassed and arrested by the IDF.
Because they do what?
Exist.
No, that's not true. If you write right now on your phone, terrorist attacks that came from the West Bank towards Israel, go to 2015, you'll see more than 1,000. 1,000 people crossing the border and stabbing Jews.
Do you think that it's right to arrest a
Yes.
child
Of course.
for throwing a stone?
Should go to juvenile detention. If you come to stab me, you should be arrested. If you try to stab
throwing a stone?
Stones kill. How many bombs were dropped on Gaza since October 7th?
Hundreds of thousands.
200,000 bombs.
Yeah.
How many civilians died so far?
Like 600,000?
Hamas claimed 67,000.
Yeah.
You said 600,000.
Yeah.
Hamas
67,000. Okay.
That is way off, right? If it's indiscriminate bombing, why don't we have 20 million people dead in Gaza?
So if there's no genocide.
Yeah. Retarded. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Will override his veto. But that's not the end of the story. But there is yet one weird trick, because the Trump administration may still have an ace up its sleeve. Remember Pam Bondi's investigation? Well, by launching a new investigation, she may have thwarted the release of many of the documents. That's because Section 2 of the Epstein Files Transparency Act allows for the withholding of documents that would, quote, jeopardize an active federal investigation or ongoing prosecution. That BS investigation may not only stymie the release of documents under the Epstein Files Transparency Act, but also under the Freedom of Information Act. Because there are several ongoing lawsuits demanding the release of the files, but the Freedom of Information Act, like the Epstein Files Transparency Act, also contains a provision allowing for the withholding of records.
If someone believes in numerology and or astrology, they are already cooked. Brain doesn't work right. Something wrong upstairs. Those people are fucking stupid beyond belief.
Oh yeah, they're fucktards. They're irredeemable fucktards. Usually it's women that believe in that stupid fucking nonsense because, like, it all just goes off of feels and vibes and shit, but yeah, that dude's a gay retard. Thanks for the donation to Retardology.
What did you say in your message to Clav? Just out of curiosity.
Asked if he'd be interested in doing a stream where we chat about looks, max, and crap, and I wanted to debate him about bone smashing. And I also mentioned that I went on steroids recently, and we can talk about steroids. Thanks for the donation, Poopy Dick. Kid Boo donated $2. She fucked around, found out.
Oh, damn. Oh. Oh, she tried to run the bit. Oh, God damn. Oh!
Yeah, when somebody's in like a 4-ton vehicle, you're gonna lose. What a dumb bitch. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
I know Halloween is over, but this is insane.
Every now and then, a lot of you send me stories that you're like, why haven't you covered this? And I look it up, and it's just going viral on social media, but no one else is talking about it. And this one made me laugh for reasons you will see in just a minute. And so I had to go. This is a family-friendly event. And look at that second bullet point. Jack-o'-lanterns can be humorous, lovable, whimsical, but not distasteful, political, or inappropriate. We have the right to reject any jack-o'-lantern that is deemed offensive or inappropriate. Totally fine rule. I get it. And then you could see up here, look at their categories. People's Choice Award, whoever gets the most likes on Facebook, and a first place and a second place. And I have to assume first place and second place, there's some panel that's like deciding which one's really the best. Very impressive. Like pumpkin, I don't even know how you do that, but letter T. How that one was deemed worthy of tickets to a winter festival at a local amusement park, I don't know. But I don't know. As someone who has no artistic skills, I am kind of questioning the skill level and artistry of this pumpkin. Like, is this just pandering? This has to be pandering, right?
That's retarded. Remarkably gay and retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Is this rage bait or just dead brain? Add the sun to the long list of NASA lies. Real photo of the sun taken with a P900. CGI image of the sun given by NASA. Oh boy. It could be you know, it could be one of those like rage bait, you know, meme accounts, but the flat earth community is like actually that insane.
My male team here in Israel, and as I finish, I wanted to come back here to Israel and let you know that I serve you as the mayor, but I want to continue to have the title that's more important to me than anything. I'm your brother. Thank you.
Is this pointless and stupid? Probably. Yeah, this is just stupid. Yeah, some good butthole loosening exercises. Yeah, that is just a waste of time.
Straight, and I guarantee you.
That is a gay, retarded waste of time. If you want to become better at using your left and right hand independently, why wouldn't you do something cool like learn how to use double nunchucks? Or size? Yeah, let's do squiggly lines on a piece of paper. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Those students are pretty fucking based.
Madam Attorney General, do you mean that you will provide all the files by 30 days?
We will follow the law. The law passed both chambers last evening. It has not yet been signed, but we will continue to follow the law again.
Yep. Trump's gonna veto it or just not sign it or something. Yeah, they're gonna drag this out for as long as they can.
While protecting victims, but also providing maximum transparency.
That. Madam Attorney General, the DOJ statement earlier this year saying that
it seems like Trump figured it wouldn't pass, like they wouldn't be able to get enough votes and it wouldn't be able to pass the Senate. That's what it seems like Trump's angle was. Because him making that fucking social media post, yeah, it seems like he was predicting they wouldn't be able to get enough votes and it wouldn't pass the Senate, but now that it has, hearing this from Pam Bondi, who's like obviously constantly talking with Trump, it's weird for her to say, well, I'll follow the law because she knows Trump is going to be the one who has to sign it, right? Or he might veto it. So if, you know, like clearly Trump's gonna drag his feet, veto it, or something, if she's giving this response.
the files would not release, mentioned the fact that the review of the documents and the evidence did not suggest that any additional investigation of third parties was warranted. What changed since then that you launched this investigation?
Information that has come for information. There's information that new information, additional information, and again, we will continue to follow the law, to investigate any leads. If there are any victims, we encourage all victims to come forward, and we will continue to provide maximum transparency.
Yeah. With some of the shit that got leaked already, like, Trump seems guilty as fuck, dude. Like, especially hearing that from Pam Bondi. That, like, he's guilty as fuck. Gonna start working full-time at a vegan farm sanctuary soon. Wish me luck. That sounds dope. Probably gonna be able to pet pigs. I like pigs. Good troll. Did anyone fall for this? Saram Mamdani is expected to require all New York elementary school students to learn Arabic numerals. I don't know if anybody fell for that. It's pretty obviously a joke. City College in New York City hosted an interfaith event and it went super great. Yesterday, City College hosted an interfaith program intended to bring students of all backgrounds together in dialogue, mutual understanding. What unfolded was deeply troubling. During the program, one of the invited speakers, an imam, refused to begin his remarks while I was present, stating that he would not speak in front of Zionists. His comments quickly escalated into inflammatory and openly anti-Semitic rhetoric, including statements about cutting off the fingers of the rich, along with other remarks that had no place in a space intended to foster respect. Oh, really? The Muslim imam, who would have figured? At the end of his speech, the imam turned towards me directly, verbally attacked me, saying he was disgusted that a Zionist is here, accused me personally of being responsible for the murder of his brothers in Gaza. He then told students, if you are a good Muslim, you should walk out now. Nearly 100 students wearing keffiyeh stood up, exited the event at his instruction. 2 Jewish students, approximately 20 Christian students remained stunned by what had occurred. I don't know why any of that's surprising. it's weird when they realize multiculturalism doesn't work when Muslims are around. But yeah, some people have to learn the hard way. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Someone at my work literally had the name Dong Ding, and since the mailboxes put last name first, his said Ding Dong. Another person at my work had the name Ching Dong. Chinese people are fucking trolling us.
I don't know, I think they just have a funny, weird language. Thanks for the donation though, non-wib.
But wait, this more, it won first prize in the contest set over those two other pumpcations at the 3.39 mark.
Every now and then, a lot of you send me stories that you're like, why haven't you covered this? And I look it up, and it's just going. There was going to be second place, first place, and whoever got the most likes on Facebook. But according to this poster, which went viral online, it says third place, second place, first place, and this is why everyone flipped out. How on earth is that and that losing to that?
Yeah, pretty retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Flat earthers are obsessed with the P900. They think telescopes are bullshit but put all their trust in that stupid fucking camera. Point a telescope at Saturn and lo, it's real and up there and looks exactly like it does in photos. Retards, man.
There's two main reasons why they're obsessed with the P900. One, it's a cheap, semi-digital zoom camera, so it has a telescopic zoom and a digital zoom. It's a cheap consumer camera that pretty much anybody can afford. And two, they're too stupid to use telescopes. And yeah, I guess third, if they were to actually use a telescope, all of their dumbass ideas would be debunked. But those are the two main reasons. Telescopes are kind of hard to use and they're more expensive. So that's why they don't use them. Like, none of these people make any money. Like, they're fucktards, right? The only flat earthers that make any money are like Witsit Gets It, where it's their whole, online shtick, the Patreon dollars and everything. But these are like the dumbest motherfuckers imaginable. None of these people are making any real money. So it's not like they're going to go out and buy a telescope that costs several thousands of dollars that they don't know how to use because they're too stupid. They're just going to pick up a P900 used for a few $100. Thanks for the donation though, non-wib. Dodo $22. The Epstein bill has a clause that says they can withhold any documents that threaten national security, so they can withhold incriminating to Trump because of national security also. Would that even be considered a national security issue? I don't think it really would. Good for JD Vance. This is disgusting. They can't bring down Tucker, so they're going after his son. Is the Groyper community even that big? I don't understand why they're doing this. Like, with Tucker, this is obviously ideological. The guy is, he's a literal Nazi white supremacist. Megyn Kelly, I don't know where the money's coming from where she'd be motivated to do something like this unless she's also like a closeted Nazi. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
What's your opinion on full body template? I like full body 3 times a week, very time efficient. Can I get huge with it, or is upper lower PPA better for max gains and overuse? Leroy Colbert had 21 inches arms. He swore by full body workouts and high frequency.
If you're getting an adequate amount of weekly volume and your workouts have a high enough intensity, then yeah, you can get jacked. What usually ends up happening, especially if you're enhanced, is like in order to maximize muscle growth, you have to do so much volume per body part that your workouts just end up being pretty damn long if you're doing a full body split. So there also doesn't seem to be that big of a benefit to doing like very high frequencies for muscle growth specifically. So it seems to be more important is total volume throughout the week. So if you can get in like, 2 sessions per body part per week, and you can end up doing just more volume in a sort of more time efficient manner where your workouts aren't like ridiculously long. I think that's why a lot of pro bodybuilders gravitate towards like push-pull legs. But yeah, like, it's like these aren't night and day differences. It's not like you're gonna become 300 pounds or something if you do push-pull legs, but you're gonna be like skinny if you do full body like 3 or 4 times a week. But yeah, especially enhanced dudes, they seem to prefer the push-pull leg split. Just because, again, it's just a little more convenient being able to focus a large amount of volume over 2 sessions per body part than do, like, still a pretty considerable amount of volume per body part in a full body routine. Thanks for the donation, though, Klengen. Appreciate it.
Related to an active law enforcement investigation. So it's possible that even after all this trouble, the administration will argue that actually, according to the terms of the bill itself, it's allowed to still withhold the Epstein files because of this one weird trick, launching another bogus investigation against its political enemies. But it's not like the Trump administration has ever launched a bogus investigation into its political enemies, right?
Yeah.
Massey and Khanna anticipated that Bondi would do an end run around the bill by reopening criminal investigations. But there are a few things to keep in mind here. Back in July, Bondi released a memo concluding that there was no Epstein client list and no credible information that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals as part of his actions. Though that's interesting given that some of the emails that were released have journalist Michael...
Who's the hottest RE character in your opinion? Probably Rebecca Chambers. I think Claire Redfield, if you go by...
Arden Ross streamer friend Cuffem was rushed to the hospital after falling 15 feet at a concert.
How did he... Wait, what happened here?
I thought Christians thought Halloween was evil, so I would enter it into a pumpkin contest. Also, how the hell did it win? I'm also pretty sure that's a violation of the contest's rules as family friendly and against anything political or inappropriate.
I don't think they think that deep about things, Dodo. Thanks for the donation. snapped. Dude, that guy is gonna sue the fuck out of that venue. Yeah, that is definitely a injury lawsuit. Thanks for the donation though, nigga. Yeah, so hottest RE character. It'd either be Rebecca Chambers or Claire Redfield in Code Veronica. Claire in Code Veronica had a nice, big, juicy rear end. Like, she was pretty sexy.
I'm Claire Redfield.
Damn, girl. You scared me.
Eyes forward. So, what's
that
your
dude
name?
was a
My
weird
name's Steve.
dork. Yeah, Steve. Where's the scene with her butt? Oh wait, that's the... Oh my god. There we go.
Was never even here is either.
Yeah, she had a nice big juicy hiney.
Umbrella probably doesn't know where he is either.
What did he...
That's a nice butt to sniff.
What did he do? Why are they after him?
I don't know.
Yeah, so I'd say either Rebecca Chambers or Claire Redfield. You know, Code Veronica. Hopefully they do a remake of Code Veronica. That'd be cool.
Michael Wolff talking about blackmailing Trump using Epstein's information. But she also said, quote, "We did not uncover evidence."
Megyn Kelly is basically a Charlie Kirk for wine mums, and the Republicans need to get everyone on board for the midterms, including and especially groypers, because they have outsized influence on podcasters. It's strategic.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I get, like, the Republican Party especially really coordinates on social media. Still, though, that's, like... I guess they don't care. They have no morals. Thanks for the donation, retard. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Oh. Oh. Catch. Oh no, squirrel. Oh. Oh. It's really cool seeing what cats do all day. Cats are so cool. Oh. They say hello to their friends. Oh, they chase butterflies. Cats are awesome. Israel just launched its first ever cow-free dairy line. Strauss has officially rolled out cow-free, first consumer dairy-style products in Israel, made without any animal involvement. Lab-fermented whey-like protein grown from fungi. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, that's neat. It's good to see more stuff like that being made. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. Oh, you gotta protect the little kitty. That's a big, mean hawk. That's not good. That's a bad bird. That's a big, mean, bad bird.
and that's that metals are crystalline. Any
Oh, you want me to watch this? Yeah, I guess maybe we can watch that later. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I noticed that in your view Tucker Carlson has only become a Nazi after he criticized the government of Israel and Netanyahu. He
You're
hasn't said
literally
anything
retarded,
negative
dude.
about Jews. Only criticized the government of Israel. So let's label everyone Nazis.
So I've always called Tucker Carlson a Nazi because he's literally a Nazi. He's always been a white supremacist. He has a long history of supporting white supremacy, and no, he doesn't just criticize Israel. He actually did a fucking podcast episode on his like Twitter thing where he supported the Nazi regime during World War II. He called Winston Churchill the real villain of World War II. Like, the guy's a Nazi white supremacist. It's no secret. You're a fucking retard.
That could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties.
Have you seen The Last Samurai? I think I might have.
What changed? Well, only that Trump's former personal attorney and now second in command of the DOJ, Todd Blanche, interviewed Maxwell in prison, and Trump demanded investigations into his political enemies. So you should treat Bondi's assertion that they suddenly found some new evidence with extreme skepticism. And Massey and Khanna presume that Bondi will work overtime to redact and withhold as much as possible. So the bill tried to cover that prospect by requiring Bondi to provide a detailed report to Congress listing what she withheld. Quote, all redactions must be accompanied by a written justification published in the Federal Register and submitted to Congress. And in the event that Bondi withholds information because it's classified, she has to, quote, release an unclassified summary for each of the redacted or withheld classified information. And Bondi has 15 days from the report of redactions to submit a separate report to Congress. This report will contain a list of the following: 1, all categories of records released and withheld; 2, a summary of redactions made, including legal basis; 3, a list of all government officials and politically exposed persons named or referenced in the released materials, with no redactions permitted under subsection B1, though if these reports are submitted, people are going to be arguing about the redactions for years. On top of that, the Trump administration has had 9 months to monkey with the files that they have. Their reports of the DOJ already spent thousands of person hours culling through the files looking for any reference to Trump. It's possible that they will improperly redact the files or outright withhold the worst documents for Trump, let alone claim that everything must remain protected because of the ongoing investigations. So you can bet this isn't the end and this will all be challenged in court. I just hope the pro-disclosure folks have a good lawyer. Luckily, I know a guy. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails.
Yeah, they're doing absolutely everything they possibly can to cover
Bombshell
this shit up.
If you actually bothered to watch that podcast episode, he didn't support Nazis.
I don't care. You're wasting my time.
What's going on, guys? If you thought I was going to edit the time from me hitting record to me walking over here, I couldn't be fucked. So let's just get right into things. This video is, I'll even write it on the whiteboard that I've got here conveniently. What to do if you're a subhuman. So according to the Black Pill, people would say it's over, whatever. Some people would tell you to look smacks. But let's talk about the real answer of what you should do if you're actually someone who is subhuman, right? Someone who's below.
And Megyn Kelly has the nerve to say liberals always get what they want. Well, in South Carolina, all you need is to put a cross on a pumpkin and boom, you win first prize.
Yeah. Pretty silly. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Below 2 PSL.
What game we playing later? Probably Chronos the New Dawn.
So I want to talk about expectations. If you are subhuman, you will never have a good quality of life. If your starting base after puberty is realistically below even 3 PSL. It's a quite brutal world out there. But I want to explain a few concepts in this video and explain kind of how you can optimize your misfortunate life. So the thing that you need to realize is with looks maxing, what's achievable is not a huge increase in percentiles, right? So even with the most black-pilled surgeries, even with the most intensive looks maxing, maybe you could gain 2 and an
Did you see Wilson melt down on emo lesbian because she used his logic to imply his wife is a used-up whore?
I think I've already seen that, and it was stupid. Let me see.
Well, I'll try to rephrase this. I'm going to reframe. And I'm just going to be totally honest with you. I will never be able to convince you of my worldview.
You won't.
I know. But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator, or I don't make good points, or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person. But Charlie, I just think honestly you're too fucking stupid to understand them.
So Andrew, can I sell you on my worldview?
Yes.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
you
lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What does that
You're
mean?
a fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did I
daddies?
just say? Dyke?
Your wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
I'm
daddies?
sorry.
From my understanding is Wilson's wife has been married before and had children in those marriages. So saying that she's had 3 baby daddies is kind of misleading. Get out. Like, it's just a not accurate way of describing things.
Sorry, dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you try to
Do the women that you try
show
to?
your hatred against?
Do the women
they,
that you try
convince them
to?
that they shouldn't?
Yeah, whatever. Get out. Dodo Donatillers, are we watching history repeat itself? Calavera literally is Frank Tufano and is about, I think he meant clavicular. Literally is Frank Tufano, and in about 5 years he'll be miserable, have gotten botched surgery, and be a schizo just like Frank. He is doing the whiteboard dress shirt, educational style videos like Frank. Well, we know he's addicted to meth. So yeah, Frank's drug of choice was alcohol. Clav's drug of choice is meth. Yeah, the whiteboard videos just like Frank. Plastic surgery just like Frank. He may very well end up much like Frank Tufano, if not worse, because the meth thing. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Same case, the re-PSL. So if you are someone who is extremely, misfortunate in their looks to start out with, you're 2 PSL, you go to 4 PSL. But if the only thing that you focus on from the time that you started on your ascension was your looks, and that's all you have to offer, 4 PSL is still going to do fuck all for you. You know what I mean? So that's why you shouldn't only looks max if you're a subhuman. The thing about, so that's percentile wise, right? So you're only gaining a small percentile. But with status and with money, you could go from 0 all the way to 99 percentile. So you could ascend to a much higher degree with status and money than you could with looks. So that's important to note. So this ascension is going to mog your looks ascension to death. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't only focus on one of the two. It means that we have to do both. Because we're going to go from 20th percentile, maybe 50th if we're lucky. But if we have the combination, if we take the average of these 2 percentiles, say we're 75th percentile now, but we started at 20th. Okay, if we're broke and we're at 20th percentile, right, then we maximize our status and get to 99th, and we have 50th percentile looks. We average these 2 metrics. We are now a 75th percentile male, right? And sure, it might be skewed more in the favor of looks. So we'll be generous and call it 70th percentile. So you are.
I mean, you can look at ugly dudes with money getting hot ass chicks. Like, everyone wants something different, right? Like, some women don't care so much about looks, and they only really care about lifestyle. Some chicks care more about personality and lifestyle. Some people only care about looks. Like, it really depends.
Are now a 70th percentile male after you've done these 2 things. Now, I'm not going to talk about in this video the exact steps that you can take to status max, because if you're someone who's low IQ, you're never going to be able to status max anyway. So there's no point in me trying to explain it. It's genetic predeterminism of whether you can status max or not. It's going to be based on your IQ. No low IQ people will be able to start companies, will be able to do social media, things like that. So with that out of the way, let's assume God at least gave you something. God at least gave you the IQ. So we're now at 70th percentile. What we want to do is...
Dodo Donatillers, I'm telling you, VG, he will end up like Frank 100%. You can see they are the same.
Hey, Frank, why are...
Yeah, they are very similar. Frank is still like the ultimate fucking cringe lord. Who in the fuck gets a haircut like this? It's like, what a weird dork. I think, yeah, like, there's no one as cringy as Frank. But yeah, they might end up in the same place. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Leverage the metric that favors us most. So we're 50th percentiles. Girls aren't going to be repelled by us. They're not going to be utterly revolted when we try to, you know, message them, whatever. Look at someone like Andrew Tate. I think Andrew Tate is a prime example of this dynamic, this combination. So, but Andrew Tate is able to slay countless women because he maximized other stats in his life. He maximized stats like low inhibition. He maximized things like manipulation. So we want to work on these things as well, because even before Andrew Tate had this 99th percentile status, he was still seemingly doing okay with women. So I think that's a really good guy to look up to if you're a subhuman. And I mean that, like, because a lot of people will look up to him like this great.
You know, this is a funny thing. You'll see a lot of looks maxers who will say, like, some dude is ugly. Then when you'll ask women about how they look, like, girls will think they're actually fairly attractive. Like, I had the perception that Andrew Tate wasn't a particularly attractive guy. I would have rated him, like, at maybe a 5 or 6. But, most of the girls I've talked to rate him, like, around an 8. So, like, Andrew Tate is not considered an ugly subhuman by most women.
Interesting to see how Soulchild started as a far-left bleeding heart loser and now he is defending right-wing Nazis just because he hates Israel that much. He is willing to support right-wing Nazis.
Yeah, well, that's the pro-Palestine movement. That's just what they do. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Great business mind. It's like, no, you should only look up to him because it's impressive that even with the revolting face that he has, he still was able to get a decent amount of women. So look up to him.
Yeah, Andrew Tate does not have a revolting face. If you ask girls, most of the women I've seen rate him at around an 8.
His manipulation abilities more than anything, right? So we got, let's call this the Andrew Tate example right here. So how can you use your newfound status now to pull these Stacys, pull whatever? So if you're going for pure slays, right? Pure slays, you have to show that you have money and you have influence, right? So women have been, historically attracted to people who have higher status. That's going to mean if you are able to, in nightlife, bring girls to after parties, bring girls to exclusive events, they're going to favor you more, and that's going to give you sort of a halo to them. It's a stupid concept, sure, but it does work. The thing about money is you have to be a beta buxer, right? So you have to be the beta buxer who's, hey, can I take you shopping? Can I do this? Whatever. You're never going to find true love, but at least you'll be able to reproduce, right? If that's something that you're interested in. But you have to go about it by beta buxing, basically letting the woman live off of your hard work for free. So a lot of women are fine with being beta buxed. They actually prefer it. You could see TikToks all about how they just prefer a man who makes 6 figures, whatever. Obviously, the looks is always going to be the main driver, but this doesn't mean that beta buxing can't work. The main flaw of beta buxing is there's another saying that kind of counteracts beta buxing, which is alpha fucks. So the alpha fucks while the beta bucks. So that's a very, very brutal one. I think that's a funny saying, so that's why I'm cracking up. But the beta bucks while the alpha fucks. So it's more than likely that your spouse, your partner, that you're beta buxing is going to cheat on you with Chad. So I find that quite a brutal reality, but we're working with what we've got. So you've just got to look the other way and, maybe even be appreciative that at least you found a girl that's hot enough where the alpha will even bother fuxing her. Because if she's not cheating on you and she's looks matched with you, then you've improperly used your status, okay? If you're someone who's 99th percentile wealth and you're 50th percentile looks, which is pretty much achievable by anyone, despite, unless like severe facial deformity, anyone watching this, I could say, because I don't have a huge audience, there's probably no one with any birth defects can achieve the Andrew Tate percentile, right? So you should be able to at least have a Stacy if you're following the advice that I say. And the Stacy's going to cheat, okay? Stacy's going to cheat on you, but at least you get to spend a lifetime with a Stacy if she's unfaithful or not. But you started at 20th percentile, so the fact that you're able to get a 95th percentile woman, you should be grateful of that in and of itself, and not really focus on the consequences of her actions. That's how I feel about it. You put your take on that in the comments. Is that a cocked way of thinking? Is it not? I don't know. I'll never have to personally deal with that because I started off above these percentiles, and I'll reach further percentiles. So it doesn't really compute in my mind, but it's an interesting way of a school of thought, in my opinion. So let me know what you guys think about that. Using status, you have to engage your social media. You have to be focusing on funneling that success, that fame that you have into social media platforms. Okay, funneling to social media, especially Instagram, it's going to give you such a massive advantage over normies who have 500 followers of their aunt, Aunt Jeannie and whoever else that their normie friends, their coworkers. If you got 500 followers, it's utterly over for you, no matter how good your profile is, because it's almost aspy to only have 500 people that know you in that parasocial way, which is it's crazy of a reality. But I'm just explaining the reality we live in, right? I'm just telling you. I'm not saying it's right, it's wrong. I'm just telling you the reality that we live. So you have to have at least 10,000 followers on Instagram, or it's over for you. Now, the best way I think that you could fraud the status is by doing something called follower farming, right? So what you're going to do is you're going to go to university pages, scroll through, find the hot chicks, follow them, follow about 100 a day. They're going to probably about 20 of them will follow you back. The rest will ladar you because most people just follow back anyway. Just fuck it, why not? So you unfollow all of them though after. Unfollow the 100 and you repeat this process until you get to 10,000. It will take you longer the more subhuman you are in your pictures. But if you could already create yourself a sort of NT looking page, you might have an easier time follower farming, right? Because it's going to be, you look like a normal person. I recommend you take pictures with relatives, with friends, in NT locations, going out to dinner, maybe playing golf, just activities that normies would find interesting. It's frauding interest. Okay, everyone on Instagram is faking the shit out of their life, so you have to do the same. Find normies that look like you, copy their style, and see what they do. Okay, see what activities they engage in, and you have to copy them. You have to do exactly as they do. Okay, so that's what I recommend. You get yourself about 15 posts looking really sharp. Use a good camera, a new iPhone, even a pro camera is not even a phalo. Digital camera, whatever. Make it look clean. You do your follower farming. Now you have 10,000. That's good status. That's not 99th. That's not Andrew Tate yet, but that's still pretty good. So now that we have 10,000, girls will be like, why do you have 10,000? You must be something, right? And this is where something called LARPing comes in. Oh, fuck. Something called LARPing. So LARP. So we have 10,000 followers now. So we do what's called a LARP. So we're basically going to lie to the girls that we own our own company. Okay, we have a company of some sort, and you could get more creative with the LARP. I'm just giving you a standard LARP that I would use if I had to go this route. I would LARP that I owned a company that's very hard to understand. Like something like industrialism. What does that even mean? I heard that in a movie, but I don't remember which movie. So you say you're an industrialist, and you say you have your own company. You could even go as far as making fake websites, making fake LinkedIn profiles. How far do you want to
That sounds like far too much effort just to get laid.
take it? You could LARP as a millionaire, whatever. Because LARPing as a millionaire is not hard. There's apps that you could fake having an Amex Black Card. Okay, this is just to show you how easy it is. And I can make tutorials on how to LARP wealth if that's absolutely required. So you do the LARP. You lie to them. You do whatever. So this is, you approach a girl in the club or you shoot her a DM, but you have to find a way to work in your IG if you're doing an IRL approach. That's why I like DMing, because the DMing has the halo already embedded in the approach, in the shot, because she's going to click your profile. So you lie, you say, hey, I'm an industrialist, I got my own company, and you find a way to say that you're a millionaire without coming across as an arrogant bastard. So that could be quite difficult, but I'm sure you'll figure it out. It just might take you a couple tries. So you do that. Don't be an arrogant bastard. That's how you get your Stacy as a subhuman. All right. So I basically just laid out a game plan.
So when you go out on the first date and you show up in like a 2008 Honda Civic, what's your excuse gonna be?
For you to work off of. I've given you a real option for you to increase your status in a real way, and I've given you a way to lie and do it in a fake way. So there's really no excuse for you at this point if you're 2PSL. Okay, I gave you the exact steps to take, so I don't know what you're doing, still Ladar, okay? There's really no such thing as a true cell. True cells are only people with birth defects and that are giga finished, okay? So that's probably not you. So you could still ascend using, I don't know, someone make up a cool name for this method that I gave you in the comments. We'll call it the LARP method for now. So that's the LARP method. I appreciate you guys watching till the end.
That is retarded. Maybe you could just, like, I don't know, be funny and charismatic, and maybe some chick is into that.
Bombshell emails directly from Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell confirmed Donald Trump not only lied, not only knew about Epstein's underage sex trafficking of girls, but likely personally participated and spent hours, likely alone, with one of the victims. We're gonna go through and analyze the actual emails because they are gobsmacking.
I have spent the last 17 years in my own prison. Jeffrey and all the co-conspirators did to me. I was raped repeatedly. I was raped 3 times a day sometimes. And yes, Ghislaine must die in prison.
Now, Sarah Ransom wasn't Jeffrey Epstein's only victim, but she might have been the one who said it best. Because for nearly 2 decades, the story of Jeffrey Epstein has been one of power, privilege, and silence. He built a network that preyed on vulnerable and protected the powerful. Epstein is now dead, and he never had to face his accusers in court. Maxwell is in a minimum security prison without offense and is negotiating with the Justice Department for a sweetheart deal of their own, but the truth about who else was involved has never been fully told. But this week, new emails surfaced, some written before Donald Trump ran for president. These emails show Epstein and Maxwell talking about Trump and at least one victim at Epstein's house. So the question isn't just what Epstein did, it's what Donald Trump knew, when he knew it, and what he did in response. And now, most importantly, what Trump did with the victim. Now, this week, House Democrats, for the first time, have released written proof that Epstein and Maxwell discussed Donald Trump and a victim by name. Now, the first email is from 2011. In it, Epstein tells Maxwell, quote, "I want you to realize that dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Victim spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned, police chief, etc. I'm 75% there." To which Maxwell replied, quote, "I've been thinking about that." Now, these messages, written before Trump ever entered politics, suggest that there was more between them than has ever been publicly admitted. Now, let's really think about the wording here. Quote, "I want you to realize that dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Victim spent hours at my house with him." But let's break this down. Hours. They spent hours. The victim, an underage sex trafficked girl, spent hours with Trump at Epstein's house. There's only so many things that this could mean.
Yeah, there's no way to explain that other than he did something. That is just such a bizarre message. And, you know, Trump not commenting on this either, saying it's like out of context or whatever, and explaining the possible context, like, he did something.
It's not like Trump is known for his pithy conversation. And Trump's past behavior with underage girls and women in general is spotty at best. Then there's the dog that didn't bark. In context, it's clear it means that Epstein is surprised that Trump hasn't been implicated given how dirty he is. He spent hours with this one particular victim. Unless there be any doubt about how dirty Donald Trump actually is, in another released email from 2018, Epstein says, quote, "You see, I know how dirty Donald is. My guess is that non-lawyers, NY biz people have no idea what it means to have your fixer flip." And in context, when you identify these specific individuals, it implies that they spent time alone together. Epstein could have said they met at a party. Instead, he says those two individuals are the ones that spent hours together. And further, it appears the police chief never asked specifically about Trump. But especially in context, the email confirms that Donald Trump was so intertwined with Epstein's dealings and spent so much time with one particular underage girl that it's remarkable. Literally, they are remarking about it, that it's weird that he hasn't been implicated. Now, all this talk of compromising emails reminds me that it's probably a good time to wipe all of your personal and private information off the internet. Your cell phone number, home context. The Republicans released unredacted versions of this particular email. And that email revealed that the victim mentioned is Virginia, presumably Virginia Giuffre. And that makes perfect sense. At the time, 2010 to 2011, Epstein was settling many lawsuits with his victims. And this might be a reference to the fact that Trump hadn't been sued by any of those victims, but more likely it was a reference to the fact that Trump hadn't been mentioned in the first reporting on Virginia Giuffre's victimization by Prince Andrew.
Trump announces he signed the bill to release more Epstein files. If you asked me, based solely on the announcement, I'd say he seems as cool as a cucumber.
I wouldn't say he sounds cool as a cucumber. Yeah, then he mentions the Biden administration. Ukraine. I don't know what the fuck that has to do with anything. He does not seem cool as a cucumber. He's frustrated by this, but yeah, it sounds like they're just gonna redact a bunch of the information and cover crap up. So that's probably what he's gonna have to do, but he sounds irritated as fuck. It sounds like the original goal was to just act like, oh yeah, cool, you know, have a vote on it, and they weren't expecting it, you know, they weren't expecting to get 218 votes. They weren't expecting it to pass the Senate. Again, especially given what Pam Bondi said in that press conference, it seems to lean that way. And now, like, they have to go to, like, Plan C, where, okay, well, we'll release the files, but we'll hide things, redact crap, You know, they already did a bunch of work to remove Trump's name, you know, being mentioned from a bunch of shit. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Giuffre's story was first published in March 2021 by The Mail on Sunday. That coverage first published the now infamous photo showing Prince Andrew with his arm around her at Maxwell's house in Belgravia, London. And soon after, Giuffre went public with allegations against Epstein and Prince Andrew, including a Vanity Fair expose in July of 2011. So you have the facts of what happened to Virginia Giuffre finally becoming public in March of 2011. Then, a few days later, Epstein, seemingly out of nowhere in an email with no subject line, says, quote, "I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump." In other words, crazy how this incredibly dirty guy, my best friend Donald Trump, isn't mentioned in the reporting. Because, you know, Virginia spent hours at my house with him. Now, others have speculated that this is a reference to Epstein thinking that Trump was a cooperating witness, and that's what Epstein was 75% there on. I think that's unlikely given the context of what was going on in the world. It's probably just that Giuffre's horrible experience was becoming public, and Epstein was just surprised that Trump wasn't mentioned in it, given his extensive involvement. And this fits with the fact that Giuffre herself never publicly accused Trump of illegality. Now, the police chief here likely refers to Palm Beach Chief of Police Michael Ryder, and as we have mentioned previously, we think that Ryder is, from the public record, one of the only good guys in the story. In 2005, after a parent reported that her 14-year-old daughter had been paid to give Epstein a massage, Ryder launched an investigation that uncovered dozens of victims and extensive evidence, including trash pulls, witness interviews, and surveillance. And then when the local state attorney Barry Kreischer appeared too lenient on Epstein, Ryder turned the case over to the FBI in 2006. But back to the emails, thinking like a litigator, the context is also damning. This email was written in 2011. It wasn't public spin and it wasn't written with politics in mind. This was a private conversation between Epstein and Maxwell years after Epstein got a sweetheart deal from prosecutors in Florida and years before Trump ran for president. Both of them thought that they were probably legally in the clear. And these are just two pals talking about criming in the privacy of their own emails and how their friend Donald Trump was involved. That also fits with past history. For example, in 2002, Trump said that his pal Epstein is, quote, "a lot of fun to be with. He likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side." But when he aspired to become the president, Trump kept claiming that he ended his friendship with Epstein, sometimes claiming because Epstein assaulted a girl at Mar-a-Lago, and most recently because Epstein stole a Mar-a-Lago employee for himself.
How's Trump not having a heart attack from the amount of stress he's getting from the economy and Epstein files? Well, it looks like he's at end-stage heart failure. He has really severe edema. Like, it's really bad. He can barely put on his shoes. And his ankles are, like, hanging over. So that's a dead giveaway that somebody is in late-stage heart failure. So any day now, the guy can croak.
But these newly released private emails and the story surrounding them tell a different story. To understand why all this matters, we have to go back to Palm Beach in the early 2000s, when Jeffrey Epstein first caught the attention of law enforcement. The allegations against Maxwell and Epstein were horrifying. Underage victims said Maxwell gained their trust, transported them to Epstein properties around the world, and then groomed them to participate in sex acts with Epstein and powerful, wealthy men. As Liz Dye explained on this channel, Epstein had hundreds of millions of dollars, but no one was quite sure how he earned this money. Epstein had a philanthropic organization that he used to amass goodwill and connections with prominent people and institutions around the world. He owned a private island, multiple luxury homes, and 2 private jets. And his nonprofit was later revealed to be a tool for image management and tax avoidance, especially after his 2005 arrest in Florida for sexually abusing underage girls. One accuser told the Miami Herald that Epstein was preying on 14-year-old girls who were basically homeless. Another victim said he tried to rape her, and victims said that Maxwell acted as his pimp, getting close to vulnerable girls, even preying on them at summer camp, and then introducing them to Epstein. Despite credible accusations from dozens of survivors, Epstein was able to plead guilty in 2008 to soliciting a minor for prostitution instead of serial sex abuse of minors. And Epstein's legal team included famous Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz and former special counsel Ken Starr. And a non-prosecution agreement brokered between Epstein's lawyers and then U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta has been called a sweetheart deal that let a serial child predator get away with a slap on the wrist. Now, what does this have to do with Donald Trump? Well, plenty. Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump used to socialize with each other between the 1990s and the early 2000s. In 2002, Trump said, quote, "I've known Jeff for 15 years, terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side, no doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys his social life." Now, it appears Epstein was once a member of Mar-a-Lago, but at some point the two had a falling out. According to court documents filed by some of Epstein's accusers, Epstein was banned from the property for assaulting an underage girl. Now, bizarrely, Trump has never verified that assertion. And victim Virginia Giuffre said that she was working as a spa attendant at Mar-a-Lago in 2000 when she was approached by Maxwell about giving Epstein massages. Now, notably, Giuffre has never implicated Trump. However, others did. In early November 2000.
Are you still a cuck who would let your GF sleep with other women?
I guess. Whatever. Thanks for the donation, Anon.
2016, a woman who went by the pseudonym Katie Johnson sued Trump alleging that he raped her at an Epstein house party in 1994 when she was 13 years old. Now, Trump has always denied those allegations, and Johnson dropped the case after receiving death threats. But Trump has floated 3 different stories about how his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein ended. The first is that he saw Epstein behaving inappropriately toward a girl at the club and kicked him out. The second is that Epstein competed with him on a real estate deal, and that ended their friendship. And then this summer, Trump had a news story. Epstein poached a girl on his staff from the Mar-a-Lago spa, and that soured their friendship. Stole as if she were Trump's property.
I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people, yeah. He stole her. And by the way, she had no complaints about us, as you know.
Now, if that's true, that could be another reference to Virginia Giuffre, and some have pointed to the fact that Giuffre never implicated Trump as an exoneration of Trump. But that's contradicted by the fact that in 2011, when Giuffre's story was first coming out, Epstein found it so remarkable that while people were talking about Giuffre, Trump hadn't been mentioned at that point. But it also seems strange for Donald Trump, who at that point was a legitimate TV star and a putative self-reported billionaire, ostensibly running several businesses, to have been intimately aware of these staffing challenges faced at the Mar-a-Lago spa. But apparently, he was.
I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago. And people were taken out of the spa, hired by him.
Now, Virginia Giuffre's posthumous memoir was released last month, and in the book, Giuffre said she never witnessed Trump abusing anyone. But Giuffre was just one of the hundreds of Epstein's victims. To date, the Epstein estate has paid more than $171 million to over 150 women. And the scale of the trafficking was enormous. Now, knowing all that, and knowing that people are suspicious about Trump's connections to Epstein, you might think that Trump would go out of his way not to link himself to the world's most notorious living sex trafficker. But you'd be wrong, because Trump can't seem to bring himself to condemn Ghislaine Maxwell.
I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach. But I wish her well, whatever it is. I don't know the situation with Prince Andrew.
Now, he said that after Maxwell was arrested for sex trafficking minors. And as we talked about back in July, the Wall Street Journal reported that Trump contributed a lewd drawing to a book celebrating Epstein's 50th birthday. And his response was to send his personal lawyer and now second in command of the Department of Justice, Todd Blanche, to interview Ghislaine Maxwell in prison. And during that meeting, Maxwell denied her crimes, blamed the victims, and described Trump as a perfect gentleman. And at the time, Maxwell was housed at FCI Tallahassee, a low-security prison. But soon after Blanche's visit, she was transferred to FPC Bryan, a minimum security camp with no perimeter fence, a level where sex offenders are rarely placed without special approval. And that raises an obvious question. Was the interview a quid pro quo? As in, Maxwell clears Trump and someone clears her transfer. And will President Trump pardon or commute her sentence? We just don't.
I mean, it wouldn't have even had to have been explicitly mentioned. Like, it's obvious. It's obvious if she plays along, she's gonna have better chances, right? She also had a lawyer, and we also have no idea, the conversations her lawyer had with the Pam Bondi in the Justice Department, so...
Don't know. There are rumors that he's contemplating at least commuting her sentence. But that's not the only potential sweetheart deal in this whole affair. Because despite all the evidence gathered by the police and FBI, in 2008, U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta, who had been appointed by George W. Bush, effectively let Epstein off the hook. He negotiated a secret non-prosecution agreement in 2008 that protected Epstein and his alleged co-conspirators. Acosta's office had identified 36 underage victims and drafted a 53-page indictment, but Epstein secured what the Miami Herald later called the deal of a lifetime. Epstein pleaded guilty to 2 state prosecution charges and served just 13 months in county jail with daily work release. Investigators said the evidence showed Epstein hosted underage sex parties for athletes.
UOOA.
To understand it, and then they let their
Oh my God. There he is. The big round fuzzy boy.
egos or a power trip get the better of them.
I like how all cats do this.
And they retaliate, thereby violating the First Amendment. After noticing that
Oh
Barry was
my
filming him,
God.
Detective Walter Berlinski approached him. Barry immediately asked
Oh
Berlinski for his
my
name and badge number so that he
God.
would know who he was
So sentient.
complaining against.
Hi. For what?
Whoa. Oh my God, he's looking right at you. You can see the sentience right here.
Boy. Come here, baby. Come here.
Oh my
Come
God.
to mommy. I see you. I see you.
Oh, jeez. There's the sentience again.
You come here.
To understand.
That's a good cat. Thanks for the donation, the Even Now.
Affluent men. However, the agreement also granted immunity to any unnamed potential co-conspirators. Now, a federal judge later found the deal was illegal because Acosta did not consult the victims before agreeing to it. And to be clear, deals like this basically don't happen. Federal prosecutors just don't hand out blanket non-prosecution agreements in child sex trafficking cases, let alone ones that purport to protect unnamed third parties. Lawyers who reviewed the deal
really
said they
weird.
had never seen anything like it. But even more baffling, when Trump was elected president in 2016, he appointed Acosta as Secretary of the Department of Labor. Now, we don't know if there were prior ties between Trump and Acosta, but we do know that when Acosta proposed as Trump's Secretary of Labor an 80% budget cut to the International Labor Affairs Bureau, the division that funds programs to combat child and human trafficking and forced labor, Congress was outraged, and that contributed to Acosta's eventual demise. Because when the Miami Herald story broke, Acosta resigned. And at the time, Trump was worried about Acosta. Quote,
I feel very badly actually for Secretary Acosta because I've known him as being somebody that works so hard and has done such a good job. I feel very badly about that whole situation.
Now, in litigation, the best way to find out that someone is lying is that their testimony contradicts the written documentary evidence, especially emails and texts. And this 2011 email makes it obvious that Ghislaine Maxwell lied to Todd Blanche when he visited her in prison. What she told Blanche was exactly what now President Trump would want to hear. She claimed that she only saw Trump and Epstein together in public, never in private.
I believe I only ever saw them in social settings. I don't recall any private settings.
And at that point, Blanche jumps in to help her emphasize the settings were social.
Did you ever observe, you said that I mean, have you seen there's photographs, public photographs of Mr. Epstein and President Trump together?
Yes.
And there's photographs of, I think you're in some of the photographs
Yes.
as well. Those all appear to be social settings.
Yes.
Maxwell then said she had never seen Trump in Epstein's house.
That's my memory. There were social settings. I don't know Epstein's, if he had, whatever the nature of the president's friendship, if you will, or however you want to define that with Epstein, I was never witness. I think they were friendly, like people are in social settings. I don't think they were close friends, or I certainly never witnessed the president in any of, I don't recall ever seeing him in his house, for instance.
In other words, Maxwell's story, concocted at a time when she had the absolute most to gain from telling Blanche exactly what he wanted to hear, is directly contradicted by Epstein himself in 2011. And we don't know if these emails were in the volumes of files that the DOJ turned up during its investigation of Maxwell and Epstein, but it underscores why it was so preposterous for Blanche to interview Maxwell to begin with. Apart from how blatantly corrupt the whole thing is,
like, everyone knew she was gonna lie.
He didn't even have familiarity with a complete trial record. If a prosecutor or FBI agent who was involved in the prosecution had been in that interview, they might have been able to flag it as a lie. But it really seems like Blanche was not down there looking for inconsistencies. He was there to get
no shit. They were just trying to make Trump look good.
Get his boss out of trouble. And of course, Maxwell also denied ever hearing Epstein say that Trump had done anything inappropriate.
And did you ever hear Mr. Epstein or anybody say that President Trump had done anything inappropriate with masseuses or with anybody in your world?
Absolutely never. In any context.
And again, that is now rebutted by the 2011 email, which featured Epstein claiming that Trump participated in an act against a victim at his house. But wait, there's so much more. The other two emails that were in the first tranche of documents that were released included correspondence between Epstein and Trump presidential biographer Michael Wolff. This exchange began on December 15th, 2015, the night of a debate in the Republican presidential primary. And Wolff told Epstein that CNN was, quote, planning to ask Trump tonight about his relationship with you, either on air or in scrum afterwards. Epstein wrote back, if we were able to craft an answer for him, what do you think it should be? And Wolf, going way outside the bounds of ethical reporting, told him not to say anything, yet. Quote, I think you should let him hang himself. If he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the house, then that gives you a valuable PR and political currency that could be used to hang him later or save him generating a debt. So there you have an insinuation that Epstein was or was capable of blackmailing the 2016 Republican nominee for president. Though CNN never asked Trump a direct question about Epstein that night. House Democrats also released another email from January of 2019 when Trump was running for re-election. Epstein wrote, quote, victim, Mar-a-Lago, redacted. Trump said he asked me to resign, never a member ever. Of course, he knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop, which is another admission from Epstein that Trump, at the very least, knew about all of the sex trafficking and prostitution. Now, some will say this email exonerates Trump since Epstein explicitly says that Trump asked Ghislaine to stop, but it's also possible that the only reason Trump asked for things to stop, if indeed he did make that request, was because it became a political liability for him at that point. And then there's even more evidence of shoddy reporting. You might recall reporter Landon Thomas Jr., who wrote the 2002 New York Magazine article where Trump praised Epstein. Well, we now have some of the emails between Landon and Epstein. These emails were exchanged 13 years after Landon Thomas Jr. broke the story. It was 2015, Trump was running for office for the first time. And in 2015, Landon wrote to tell Epstein that people were now asking him for juicy details about Trump. To which Epstein responded, quote, would you like photos of Donald and girls in bikinis in my kitchen? And when Landon said yes, Epstein sent back the name of a Hawaiian tropic girl and 2 other items which have been redacted. Landon then asked Epstein why he didn't put this information out there.
Jeez. Like, Trump's guilty. I mean, fuck me.
There for the good of the country, and Epstein replied with a link to an article, and he said, quote, my 20-year-old girlfriend in '93 that after 2 years I gave to Donald. And Epstein goes on to say, read my airplane logs in Hawaiian Tropic contest, have them ask my houseman about Donald almost walking through the door, leaving his nose print on the glass as young women were swimming in the pool. So this is all probably gonna get worse before it gets better.
Jeez. Yeah.
We can be certain that more information will come out now that the House Oversight Committee released an additional 20,000 pages of documents it obtained from the Epstein estate. Landon worked for the New York Times and many other media outlets at the time, and he had all this information directly from Epstein, and yet he sat on it for all of this time. And it's also come to light that Landon, the reporter who was tipping off Epstein and who Epstein offered to give photos to, was fired from the New York Times for soliciting money from Epstein. It's also unclear exactly when Trump and Epstein had a falling out, but there is a 2017 email in which a person, possibly a victim, we don't know, is at Epstein's house trying to get in and says, quote, I don't want to come early and find Trump in your house. Now, I don't want to read too much into that. That's
also a little incriminating.
2017, after Trump is already president. That one very well could be a joke, but we don't know exactly when Trump and Epstein had a falling out. And we don't have time now, but there are also extensive emails between Steve Bannon and Epstein in 2018. 2018! So the big question now is, did Trump commit a crime against an adult or minor based on the Epstein emails? Now, we don't know yet, but consider these aren't even the Epstein documents that Republicans want to keep from becoming public. There's likely more, including the rumored pictures of Trump with underage victims. And bizarrely, the White House has been meeting with Congresspeople to try to kill the discharge petition related to the releasing of the rest of the files, which could be seen as part of an ongoing criminal cover-up. And certainly these suspicious interactions and preferential treatment between the DOJ and Ghislaine Maxwell look worse by the minute. So you can bet that there will be more. I just wish everyone had access to the same kind of legal support that Trump has. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get
Not even a protein, bro.
I'm good. It's a low sugar one, bro. Just low sugar? Yeah. Why the fuck do you want low sugar? All right, we got ladies today with my boy Drew. Yep. First ever barrel fucking.
Women do not support each other more than men do. That's a complete fucking myth. Women are catty, backstabbing, manipulative, So, like, that's just total horseshit. Women, like, practically don't have any real friends. They'll act nice around each other, but then when, like, they're talking to somebody else, they'll, like, fucking talk shit, like, mad shit behind each other's backs. Like, oh, she stinks, her perfume's gross, she's so fucking ugly, why does she wear so much makeup, she looks like a fucking whore. Like, they talk mad shit behind each other's backs. So, no. Oh, that's just a complete myth.
The flu right now, and we got legs, so like I just like card back.
The flu game.
Michael Jordan.
Jordan flu game.
Kids don't know about that.
I don't even know, bro.
Bubba, I watched it on YouTube.
Bubba, you don't know shit about Jordan.
Don't call me Bubba. Bill Clinton. Don't call me that.
Isaiah Thomas. You know who that is? He put fucking LeBron on skates, boy.
Anabolic leg.
Larry Bird.
I actually became to love leg day.
Watch Trend Twin's second last video. Peep Chris bench 405 for reps.
I'm a woman and I resent every word you're saying about women. Well, except that women do tend to be exactly that. This is why I stick to cats and I have a male friend.
Yeah. You'll notice, smarter chicks, they won't even have any female friends, and if they do, it's like one that they're not even really close with. But yeah, chicks are like super, super fucking catty and just talk shit behind each other's backs all the fucking time. I've seen it with like literally everybody. My mom does it. Seen every fucking girl at my school do that shit. So they all do that shit. Thanks for the donation though, the now. Negative donated $2. Did you see Clarence's video? Yeah, I've already seen it. I've already seen it.
Food, but
he's gonna release part 2 at some point. But yeah, I've already seen it. Thanks for the donation. Did they even bench 405? It looks like they just did 315 for high reps. Oh no, there we go. Yep, soon I'll be repping 4 plates. Just you wait.
Be careful, VGSJWS might attack you for what you just said about woman and call you sexist.
Yeah, well, they can complain all they want. They know I'm right. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I'm in my health phase, bro.
Stop, bro.
I'm supposed to lower the inflammation, take the drugs out, eat cleaner than a boy.
You're weird. All right, babe. I turned around on the toilet, so I was facing the other way. It kind of put my stomach in a certain. It looks like we're.
Yeah, so
I need to work my hamstring.
It's a failure.
I need to get.
I was doing leg extensions, hamstring curls, and then you're.
But then you're not strong on squat. You can't push the squat.
So you just want to take it easy on other exercises to be strong on something else?
No, you want to start what you're strongest on.
So you don't want to grow muscle from leg extensions. You don't want a nice rec fem? Do you know what rec fem is?
No.
You don't?
You don't even know what a rectimus is.
It's that muscle right there.
Oh wow. Yours is a lot better than mine. I say we do whatever you want to do.
I'm bigger than you, trump card, bro.
I just got trumped, bro. Okay, I want to squat. That's what. Look at this shit.
No, he can't walk.
You know, we said he didn't regret a goddamn thing.
I like some belt squats.
That's so soft. How is that soft? That's harder than a normal fucking squat. You've never even done it.
That's way more quad.
Let me go get my.
You don't want to build muscle. You just like putting yourself through pain.
Frogs got big ass legs. There's a lot of meat on frog legs. What do you think they're doing? They're doing this. They're doing.
Look at the
fucking
Asians.
that.
Asians do belt squat.
We actually forgot to have Drew introduce himself. Do you think that's more proper than what the other one was? No, just tell him where he's from, how his age, what's his goals, his ambition, shit like that. Drew, what's your goals and ambition?
I want to be a bodybuilder.
Hold on. Get big as fuck, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
21, from Nashville, from the country.
Did you
I
have
just
your
bought
first
a
beer or your first shot of roids?
The day of my birthday, I did.
Yeah, dude, I should have done steroids way sooner.
Imagine my complete delight when I saw Joey appear in a cameo on Clarence's video.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Where was that? What?
How do you know that SJWS know you're right? You can't read their minds.
YouTube is not currently available on this device. That's the link you gave me. Okay, well, thanks for the donation then now. Dota, how do you know that SJWs know you're right? Well, you know that they know you're right because all they can do is scream and whine and complain. So if they actually had a disagreement, they'd make an argument, right? Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
I didn't drink when I turned 21.
You said you did.
My parents.
Music is just awful. Yeah, I want to get a pendulum squat.
Last year I was invited to a ladies' get-together from the Nextdoor app. I declined. Actually, I ran the other way. Couple months later they were all at each other's throat in public. Dodged a bullet on that one.
Yeah, it's just what chicks do. You should just do what dudes do and play video games and, like, do stuff with cars or something. Thanks for the donation though, Ethan, now.
What does Clarence's cock taste like? Describe it to me so I can taste it too. Don't be self-six.
Well, I wouldn't know anything about that. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan. Fuck.
Young Turks are being called out and are acting super butthurt about it.
Which is some new information that has come out as a result of independent media investigating Thomas Matthew Crooks. That was Trump's first would-be assassin. Kind of strange how recently released a nearly 2-hour denunciation of two Jewish American commentators, Ben Shapiro and Fox News's Mark Levin. So, whatever you might think about Tucker Carlson's political label, far right, conservative, whatever it is, he and I have agreements on US foreign policy. I'm not gonna apologize for that.
Oh, weird. She agrees with a Nazi. Whatever you say about Hitler, we actually agree on certain things. Like, it's fucking retarded. Yeah, they're Nazis. Thanks for that donation, Dodo. Yeah, I got some pretty sick quads.
Maybe this. Well, I'm not big, bro. No way. I told him I was saving myself, so when we got to Hack Squad, I could go.
So look, he's saving himself because he doesn't. He wants to be fresh when we're tired.
I always do this, bro. I told you I start with squatting, but you wanted to do that, so I did.
Because I wanted to build muscle.
In my rec film. Okay. I built my rec film. I was doing the rec film. You didn't go. He didn't go.
No, I did.
No, you didn't.
No. Look. That 4 plates I did was heavy for me, and I went to.
Yeah, bro, we ain't over here doing it. I did 25 fucking reps.
I did 20 reps. He did like 15, like bounce off 15, bro. Bounce off a knee tendon reps.
Because it was right. I was pitching the weight. Okay.
It's just, but then when you get into your cycle, you're just completely trashed at the start of your cycle.
Yeah, that's what. I'm not trying to do that.
That's what I fucked up, bro. I was training balls to walls on my health phase.
Yeah.
And then I literally went into my cycle, bro, feeling like complete shit. I'm 2 weeks in the cycle, bro. I feel like complete shit.
Damn.
Yeah. But it's not the drugs. It's just the training.
You want a big ass?
It's not true. You already have a big ass, dude. You don't need squats.
I need squats.
I need quads.
For my soul. Give me the newspaper.
Focus.
I'm focused, bro.
Look, bro, hit the fucking rep.
Orange fuck, you know. But if you want to be a good bodybuilder, you need to build them hams, you know. You build them hams up. So yeah, you got to do the boring shit. I realized.
Oh, jeez, the music.
I wasn't going to failure on the hamstring curls because I knew I would have been cooked.
Your earlier hack squat sets, you weren't using.
Because I was testing it out, bro. I did 4 or 5.
15 reps.
I was testing out 4 or 5, man.
I need like the little I need like 5 rep warm-ups, bro. Like 5.
I don't know. Nothing that I do makes any.
To be fair though, anyone can make good points regardless of what kind of person they are. Far-right conservatives, Nazis, even pedos, it doesn't change the fact that they're horrible people, but the point they made, if it makes sense, that is still stands on its own.
Yeah, but Tucker didn't have a good point. He's just a Nazi. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Appreciate it.
Any rhyme or reason.
Bro, it works. It works.
It doesn't work, bro. I've stayed the same for how long? I'm a piece of shit. I'm a piece of shit, guys.
You scared again?
Just because you're aware of it doesn't mean, you're not a piece of shit.
No,
I just became aware of it. I think, I'm not saying you're a piece of shit. I'm just using that example. It's the same thing as not knowing what the fuck you're doing as a bodybuilder.
Wait, can you pin my beer closer?
I'm fucking eating.
Yeah, he won't let me pin him, bro. He's scared.
Pinning is like the most stressful thing. I'm like the fucking ant with the thing behind my back. Can you please pin me, bro?
It's not hard, bro. It takes like 5 seconds, bro.
I know, but me and Mikey get in crash out arguments.
No, we don't.
Mikey's so serious now. Look at him. He's so serious, dude. He doesn't say anything. He just treats me like shit. It doesn't matter where we're at. He just treats me like shit.
Okay.
I'm like a retard on a leash or something.
It's him right in the temple, bro.
Dude, stop. Now I'm gonna get anxiety. Dude's like a 33-year-old
Jeez.
dad. I'm just my vibrant self. You're vibrant. You know, what you said the other day, the feminine energy or some shit. Mikey literally treats me like a father that hates his son. Like he hates
No, I fucking don't.
Oh, I actually have herpes, bro.
No, you don't.
Yeah, Chris is afraid of needles, and he gets his brother to inject him. It's so fucking weird.
Bro, your shit's not popping up right now.
Put bro's fucking underwear on and I got chlamydia, bro. I don't think it's transferable though.
It's supposed to be jizzing in your pants, bro.
Have you ever had a wet dream?
Yeah.
I've never had one.
There's no way.
I woke up dry humping my girlfriend. And I realized I had real problems. Before I change the ecosystem, I gotta taste how it tastes. Sorry. Why are we the same? Why are we the fucking same, dude? This is grossing me out. I'm the same exact fucking way.
Just a bunch of munchies.
No, it's not. It's an art, okay?
Trend twins are funny.
Turns to pretty much the only thing he knew how to do well, looking jacked on YouTube. But when that still failed to get him attention, he then decided to go back to taking ayahuasca and make content about doing a whole bunch of it to get even more enlightened. Now, if you already feel like this story is made up and haven't seen my longer video about Connor Murphy or Sunny V2's video, then frankly, I don't blame you. But I promise, I've checked the archives, this information is all verified by true American patriots, and it gets even more insane from here. Surprisingly, doing ayahuasca did not fix Connor's life predicament. So he started doing sexy yoga with random strangers and opened an OF account where he drank some other guy's ball juice and his own piss, all while talking in a 20th century New Orleans black accent.
I apologize in advance. It was a particularly psychologically constructed inconvenience. I'm not giving a flying fuck.
Eventually, he graduated to falsely accusing famous YouTubers of improper sexual conduct and tried to reignite his beef with H3H3 by calling both H3 and himself child groomers. Fortunately, none of these stunts landed him back in the spotlight, and as he withered in obscurity and ate through what was left of his money, a woman named Jane Conquest spent a few days at his hoarder hell house, basically documenting his self-destruction in real time. Between his house being overrun with trash, him doxing his own bank information on Instagram, and sending random people audio of himself using gamer vocabulary, this really looked like Connor was bottoming out. But before he completely imploded, he published a book he supposedly wrote while reeling from his first DMT trip, and it's all stuff about how he's too smart for his own good, and it's driven him insane. After a few more attempts at getting attention didn't yield results, and some allegations that Connor went gorilla mode on one of his ex-girlfriends, Connor then ate his own poop and then moved to Thailand to live with Tony Huge and make content with ladyboys. I mean, this guy basically speed ran destroying his life with as many horrific and funny outcomes as you could possibly imagine. So Connor had met this guy, Tony Huge. Tony is a former lawyer who basically turned into a professional steroid promoter whose chemical experiments on himself and others have earned him the reputation of a mad scientist of bodybuilding. He's also been in a ton of legal issues, but the only thing that really makes him relevant to this story is his relationship to another YouTuber named Leo and Longevity.
And that is one hell of a party trick. Girls will never forget you, I promise.
Leo and Longevity is another fitness-related content creator who was with Tony Huge in Thailand until he suddenly passed away under mysterious circumstances right before Connor moved in. Just days before he passed, he was talking about moving away, and the pre-autopsy report listed the cause of his death as murder. So eventually, people in the online world turned their eyes to Tony Huge as a potential culprit, as his story about Leo's passing changed many times, and he eventually tried to suggest that Leo was assaulting some woman he was with, citing it as a potential reason why someone had him killed. Now, I'm not going to comment too much on the merits of these rumors, but to put it mildly, Tony Huge is a very eccentric and strange figure, and this controversy definitely added more lore to him than I think even he wanted. But what makes it all the more concerning is that when Connor got to Thailand, besides his Ladyboy OnlyFans exclusives, he also made some videos where he seemed to be doing a parody of Leo, and at one point, he went as far as to reenact how his death went down. Now, at the time that this happened, a lot of people definitely gave Connor shit for it, but they basically ruled him out as a potential co-conspirator since he had never showed himself to be someone who was violent or aggressive towards others, even when he was completely out of his mind. However, this changed once he was reported as beating his girlfriend with a golf club in mid-2024. As information was released about this crime, people found out that the house was a complete wreck, covered in blood, because during their scuffle, she apparently struck back and left a huge gash on his midsection. Lastly, it was revealed that Connor and his girlfriend were living with her 16-year-old sister, which is definitely concerning to say the least. Now, since this moment, things have been relatively quiet for Connor, with him basically resurfacing to shill for Tony's questionable products, and that's about it. So far, it seems like things have normalized, even if I use that word loosely, although it seems like Connor's mind is so far gone that the best we can really hope for is that he doesn't also end up like Leo. Although, at this point, my confidence level in him is pretty low. Now, as you've probably noticed, there aren't that many women occupying spaces on this list, mostly because the majority of people into bodybuilding are men. However, when women do fall into the same pitfalls, you can rest easy knowing that it's some truly deranged stuff. Case in point, Tammy Steffen, an unassuming mother of 4 who, as far as we can tell, had no previous history of doing anything illegal or even noteworthy. Besides being your bona fide soccer mom and housewife, she also either owned or worked for a business called Beyond Fit, which I think was both a gym and a small supplement brand, although both of them seem to have gone under after her legal issues. But beyond just being invested in a fitness-related business, Tammy had a personal investment and devotion to it, as she frequently
frequently took part in bodybuilding shows, and even made some appearances on podcasts to promote her lifestyle. According to her description here, she had been training and coaching athletes for 15 years, offering services like personal training and nutrition programs. There was simply no sign that Tammy was anything other than a health-oriented business owner and bodybuilder. That is, until mid-2018, when almost 2 years worth of intense psychological obsession and delusion slowly came unraveled. It all started on July 9th of 2018, when Tammy called the local sheriff's.
Please watch whole thing, it's not that long.
I want to ask you now, refined, bleached, and deodorized. Big $10 scary words.
Right.
Specifically, what's going on that you're concerned about in depth? The refining, the heating, oxidation, we can table that, that's obvious. Refining, bleaching, deodorizing. What specifically in that chemical process is increasing risk?
There have been studies on this. Steve, will you show my screen real quick? So we have, this is a study on the estimated trace amounts of benzene and solvent extracted vegetable oils in seed oil cakes. All seed oils are solvent extracted. So again, they're talking vegetable oils versus seed oils, but you can look in here and you can see if you read the paper that there are often trace amounts of benzene, which is a known carcinogen in seed oils. There are other potential contaminants also. So we have studies looking at...
Acrolein is one?
Acrolein is one. That's when you heat the oil. You can look at the presence of heavy metals in vegetable oils. That's been looked at. Now, I mentioned this early in the podcast. Antimony is probably the biggest issue. It's migration from the polyethylene containers of edible vegetable oils. And then the third one to consider is that the vegetable oils are actually quite high in phthalates. We haven't talked about this at all. Phthalates are endocrine disrupting sort of fragrance.
Phthalates are in vegetable oils?
Yeah. And this is, they say it in the title, non-negligible exposure source to humans.
Wow.
And they actually give a relative amount here. In this paper, they do the calculated average estrogenic equivalence of several major phthalates in edible oils. It falls into the range of 2.7 to 958.1 nanograms of estradiol per liter, 45 to 396 times those in bottled water. So this is a non-negligible amount of estrogen.
Wait. When they say it's 45 to 396 times found in bottled water, well, you're not drinking oil. So, like, what the fuck does this matter? Like, you might just, like, pour out a little tablespoon if you're just, greasing a pan. So, like, if you're not chugging bottles of oil, why does this matter? Yeah, it says per liter. Who the fuck cares?
So this is a non-negligible amount of estrogenic equivalents from these phthalates. We're talking like there's a massive exposure to humans today cumulatively to these phthalates. So if I've never heard many people talk about this in seed oils, and whether this is coming from the processing or the storage in the plastic containers, you could solve this by putting a soybean oil into a glass container, but that's never going to happen, right? Most of these oils are in these polyethylene plastic containers.
Olive oil and avocado oil are pretty much always in glass containers.
On the shelf for many months.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wasn't aware of buying the oils in glass. I knew glass bottles would probably be better, but I wasn't aware of the importance of having a glass bottle that doesn't have exposure to UV light. The UV light has some sort of effect on the oil in the bottle.
It's part of the oxidation process. Light, heat, and oxygen are part of this process that breaks down the oils. Yeah. There's another study that I can find in a moment that actually looked at the peroxide value in omega-3 and omega-6 oils, and they might have looked at acrolein or other breakdown products. I know we talked about a study, Nick, where they heated oil, right? And this is interesting. So you can take, we discussed this earlier in the podcast.
Like, he's saying all this shit, but he can't show any human outcome data that eating butter or lard is better for you.
Again, we're differentiating this from a handful of walnuts in function here. In practice, you don't put walnuts into a deep fryer, but you put soybean oil into a deep fryer. If you go to Five Guys, if you go to In-N-Out, if you go to McDonald's, if you go anywhere, I've asked them what's in their fryer. It's usually some mix of soybean oil, corn, and canola oils.
And they change the oil once a month.
Once a week, probably, which is pretty crazy when you think about you're going 24 hours or 16 hours a day in the fryer oil.
Yeah.
So I just texted you the graph. Your computer's hooked up. You can pull it up. Yeah,
well, if you look at what's in... some of these oils, these are the aldehydes, and some of these aldehydes are quite high with heating. There's another graph in the paper where they talk about the amount of specific aldehydes and acrolein specifically. The amount of acrolein in a large French fry at McDonald's is equivalent to the amount of acrolein in a pack of cigarettes. Now, this is just one compound, and when I've said this in the past in my content, people like to say, Paul Saladino is saying that seed oils are worse than cigarettes, which is not what I just said. People can rewatch the tape, but it's basically saying that of this one compound, which is a carcinogen, which is very likely, it is pretty significant. So this is a quote from there. 154 gram potato chip serving aldehyde contents are not dissimilar to those arising from a daily allocation of 25 tobacco cigarettes. So this is what we're talking. This is a specific use case of seed oils, right? This is a heated, fried. This is potentially the worst use case of seed oils.
Right.
If you look at cancer, could be site-specific or all cancers combined, you see lower rates of cancer in those consuming seed oils versus butter. Saturated fat seems to promote the growth of certain cancers. It's also pro-inflammatory. It likely contributes to all cancers. And these diets that are high in saturated fat, they also tend to be associated with more weight gain. So, being obese and overweight itself is a risk factor for cancer. So, like he's saying all this, but then like he can't show any human outcome data. Yeah, nice try.
Right.
That looks to be very bad, but at least in terms of that one compound. So there's a spectrum here.
So what about like Steak and Shake down the road? They're advertising that they cook all their fries in tallow now.
So my perspective is this doesn't solve the equation completely. If you actually, when you rate into that one, they never solved this problem where the fries were pre-soaked in seed oils.
Oh no.
So they're cooking them in tallow. The tallow they're cooking them in has been altered. It's refined. So it has less saturated fats and more monounsaturated fats, so they can work with it more easily. So it's a liquid at room temperature. Tallow is not usually liquid in 73, 74 degrees. So the Steak and Shake tallow is a refined tallow that has more monounsaturated fats, less saturated fats, just at a clean, just a simple organic chemistry equation like a peroxide value. The more unsaturated an oil is, the more quickly it's going to be damaged when you heat it. And so theoretically, if you had a higher saturated fat content oil, like a pure tallow, which is a refined, which is sort of an oil that is from beef fat, right? So people don't know tallow, it's a beef fat. It's solid room temperature. If you were to heat that oil, it's going to have a lower degree of oxidation, not zero, but a lower degree of oxidation relative to olive oil. Olive oil will have a higher degree of oxidation, a lower degree of oxidation relative to a seed oil. Down the road we go. And so theoretically, Steak and Shake cooking in their fries in tallow decreases the amount of things like this acrolein, these aldehydes, somewhat. But I just think that for human health long term, look, I've eaten French fries in my life. We're all gonna eat French fries.
Okay, well, that was all a load of nonsense.
Office to report that someone had left a headless doll on her front porch with a note which read, "New toy for the kids." As you can imagine, this creepypasta scenario was extremely ominous for everyone who caught wind of it, especially since she lived in a peaceful city where this kind of thing simply didn't happen. Within 1 week of this bizarre incident, another report came in, this time of an attempted kidnapping. Around 7 p.m., a Hispanic male between 5'6" and 5'9", wearing all black clothes, approached Tammy's 12-year-old daughter and grabbed her arm while she was outside feeding the dogs in an attempt to...
Then why do these fat acceptance people act like morbid obesity isn't bad for you?
Yeah, well, they're all dying or dead already, so it's all just cope. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Take her with him. Somehow, the girl managed to get away from the man uninjured, and he scattered off into the woods. By the time Tammy called the cops from inside the closet with a loaded gun, he was long gone. But nearby, they found a laptop case with a notepad inside of it, containing information about Tammy and her house. Now, based on her daughter's description of the man, she immediately recognized him as her former business partner, and thus, a search began, with helicopters and dogs scouring through the woods, trying to find any sign of the suspect. This was as terrifying an incident as one could imagine, but there was just one problem with it. None of it actually happened. Every single detail about the supposed kidnapping attempt was a total lie, and Tammy had trained her daughter to recite it word for word, even pushing her daughter to pee herself so that the story would be more believable. Now, although this wasn't immediately clear, the police overheard Tammy's daughter asking her what would happen if she told the truth, which immediately tipped them off that the two weren't being completely forthcoming with law enforcement about what had actually...
Interview with a Vampire isn't a show, it's a movie. Dodo $2. Dementia rambling, but in other news, Trump and Elon are friends again.
If you think about it, if Kamala, who's the same basic thing, grossly incompetent, he was incompetent, they're all incompetent because their policies are incompetent. Open borders, men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody. I mean, they got the worst policy. I don't talk about it too much because if I talk about it, they might change. So, no, I don't talk about it. I tell people, don't talk about it. Wait till 2 weeks before the election and hit the hell out of them. Right? We talked about that, right, Elon? He said we wait 2 weeks before It's almost like you're at a war. Don't shoot yet. Don't shoot. Hold your fire. The enemy's rushing. Hold your fire. Don't shoot. Okay, now you can go. 2 weeks before. But I watched a guy the other day, a congressman, fighting for men playing in women's sports. And the new weightlifting record for a certain weight was just set. The man was 119 pounds higher than a woman champion who was a phenomenal champion. Beat her by 119, and he was an average lifter prior to transitioning. A lot of the Saudis are saying,
What the fuck is he talking about? I'm pretty confident there isn't a single powerlifting federation in the entire United States that allows trans women to compete against women. So what in the fuck is he talking about? And for Olympic lifting, I don't even know what the deal is with Olympic lifting. I know for the Olympics they allowed it, but I don't.
and he's saying, what the hell is he talking about, transition? They don't do, Yasser, they don't do a lot of transitioning. They're sitting here, the Saudis are saying, what is he talking about? They're saying, what do you mean women are playing against men? No, that doesn't happen, does it? Yeah, it does. These people are crazy.
All right, that was nonsense.
Happened. The final nail in this story's coffin was when they managed to get footage of Tammy at Walmart just a little while prior to the incident, buying the exact laptop case and blue notebook that supposedly belonged to the man who ran off into the woods. This headless doll was also Tammy's own work, but since it didn't yield the results she wanted, she decided to double down on trying to incriminate her former business partner. Just a few days after the report was first made, Tammy was arrested on charges of filing a false police report, tampering with evidence, child neglect, and witness tampering. The last charge actually resulted from Tammy calling her daughter while in jail, instructing her into taking the fall for the fake kidnapping story. It's bad enough to do something like this
Oh my god, this bitch is crazy.
on your own, but to involve your child is another level of insanity. But don't worry, the worst is yet to come. During the investigation, the police caught wind that, at least in Tammy's mind, the man she was trying to frame was somehow responsible for her losing an online contest, which prompted them to see what she was up to on the internet. Apparently, for the previous 2 entire years, she had been systematically cyberstalking and harassing 6 people, one of which was her former employer, with threats to their lives, their careers, and their families. It took a while for law enforcement to coordinate and share the information they had, but once they did, they turned up with a total of 369 Instagram accounts and 18 different emails she had created for the sole purpose of terrorizing anyone who had wronged her, and her publicly available court documents reveal the extent and gravity of her obsessive harassment campaign. Although the names of her targets remain private, Tammy's messages were published, and they would be kind of funny if they weren't terrifying. On an account called Fit Life Annual, she wrote, I just placed an order to roll out. Nothing left to lose. Time to act. Poop or full car destruction? Haven't decided. I'm thinking a nice pile of human poop to begin with. Did you know you can default put dog poop, egg property, and so much more? Did you know it's not a crime at all? Do not want you shocked at the laws as the next phase happens. Once put acid on a girl's car with my ex-bestie, melted it to the ground, right in a high school parking lot. You might know who it is, but try to stop me. The wonderful thing is, I know the laws. I can move around like always. You are not very smart. I sat in front of a judge with a smile on my face. She then sent this person 3 pictures taken right outside where they worked as a thread. Now, just so we're clear here, she is absolutely lying. It's definitely not legal to throw shit on someone else's property. I don't know why that's a threat she was moving forward with, but regardless, this was just one person nicknamed KB in the court documents. And as I said earlier, there were a total of 6 people. To someone labeled MX, she said, I plan to slice you up into little pieces. Your blood I shall taste. And these are just the written messages, as she conducted a whole parallel campaign of issuing death threats over phone calls
while using a voice disguising software.
Eventually, MX decided to call the number back, only to hear moaning because Tammy had set her voicemail sound to audio from an adult video. The funniest part is that the only reason the FBI was already onto her is because pretty much every single one of her targets knew she was behind it, because she would often just use emails and accounts under her own name to do this stuff. I assume that the frenzy and compulsion of her doing this prevented her from having very good OPSEC, but still, I don't know how she managed to get away with it for a whole 2 years. Ultimately, she was facing 1 count of cyberstalking and 1 count of interstate threats, each of which carried a maximum sentence of a $250,000 fine and 5 years in prison. By December 2018, basically a month after her court proceeding started, she pled guilty, although based on the legal information available, she's been released on probation for a little while by now. So if you're in Florida, be careful when hiring personal trainers. You never know when one of them will threaten to cover your car in dog poop.
Dude, it's always Florida. Why are people from Florida insane?
Be careful, VG. If orcs heard what you say about the orcish, they'll cancel you for being orc-phobic.
Well, orcs are gay and retarded. So, you know. Thanks for the donation, Frodo. Hobbits are gay, too.
Very few people fit the bill for the definition of a fitness degenerate more than Mr. Brian Johnson, the Liver King, a lifelong con man and habitual liar whose passion for fitness drew him into manufacturing his overnight online fame, only for it to tear his life apart. Brian's life prior to the Liver King is told over a series of tall tales that...
Do you genuinely like Shenmue, or did you play it for the memes? The first two games are the only video games ever made where they're so bad they're good. So, like, I recommend everyone play the first two games. They are absolutely fucking baffling experiences, and it's just so unique. They are, like, just, like, nothing you've ever played, and it is so bewildering and amazing. The third game is sort of similar, only, like, it does just suck. Like, the first two games had redeeming qualities, especially considering the time they came out. Like, the combat system to this day is actually fantastic.
Hey fag, please watch. LLL train emoji, gay emoji, winking smiley face emoji.
So, yeah, the first two games actually had redeeming qualities. Like, they did actually genuinely have amazing, you know, combat gameplay. Some of the puzzles were fun. Second game was definitely better overall. But the third game, like, the only redeeming quality it had was, like, the stupid, terrible story and just retarded cutscenes and characters.
Is 100% in your control. I think there are more things that are out of your control. It is so much more expensive to eat healthy than it is to eat like crap. If I go to the grocery store and I just want to buy a bunch of frozen meals, that's going to be so much cheaper than me
That is much more expensive.
going and buying fresh produce and fresh fruit and everything.
Yeah, so rice and potatoes and beans are the cheapest foods you can possibly fucking buy.
Okay, guys, this is not true. I disagree with this. I've shown multiple times that fast food, ultra-processed food is more expensive or the same price.
Yeah, especially these days with inflation and everything. I love how you have, like, these wealthy, well-to-do fat people who make enough money where they don't even consider their food costs. And then they say, oh, it's just so much cheaper. They literally never even look at their fucking food bill.
As healthy food. As you can see there, healthy, unprocessed meat and fruit, plant foods and animal foods is as expensive or less expensive than ultra-processed food. And this doesn't even take into account the fact that you are going to be less hungry, more satiated, and feel better, have more vitamins, minerals, and nutrients, and less toxins when you eat healthy, unprocessed food. You guys know this, but I had to drive it home. This notion that fast food is cheaper is false. You're being lied to. It's easier, it's more convenient, which appeals to our lazy sides, but you must fight against this. Convenience is the enemy. Eat unprocessed foods that are the same price or less than processed food.
I'd agree with that overall sentiment.
Did you know that this plant is actually a natural air filter, pretty much like this thing? This is a snake plant. It's been studied by NASA and found to remove.
Yeah, whatever. Who cares?
If you just ate meat plus fruit for the next month, I guarantee you'll lose like 10 pounds and you'll feel so much better. Now, that's a limiting diet for you long term.
But I love meat. I'm so fine with that.
You want to add things back and you just add them back easily. You were talking about this earlier, you know, like the idea of adding things back sequentially and so you know what's happening in your body. For me, I add tomatoes and I just add tomatoes and I say my eczema is getting triggered. My body doesn't work with that.
Yeah, sure. Tomatoes cause eczema.
So you have to have something that you want to fix, whether it's joint pain, you want to lose weight, you want to feel better, you want to sleep better, whatever.
All of those.
Yeah, yeah.
Everything you just said.
Then just...
That guy's a fucking dumb fuck. Dodo donators, wait, Liver King's name is Brian Johnson too, so Brian Johnson have the same name, what the fuck? Also, can you play Shenmue 3 again? I'm not playing Shenmue 3 again. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Do you think this surgery is more dangerous than orbital decompression?
I don't know what you mean by that. There's a higher risk of infection, and with orbital decompression, I don't know what the exact risks are. But, like, it can fuck up your vision. The surgery fucks up the way you can walk and stuff. Like, there's different risks. I'd imagine there's higher risk of blood clots, too, because you're, you could potentially damage arteries around your legs. Yeah, this guy's a fucking dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Blink.
Why do so many of these podcast brothers have negative IQ and they just believe whatever stupid shit their egoists say?
Well, that's why they have big, successful podcasts. They appeal to the lowest common denominator of dumb, retarded fucks. For some reason, I just tasted cookies in my mouth. I don't know why, but I just got a cookie flavor in my mouth. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
That embellish or completely fictionalize what actually happened. His childhood, he says, was extremely difficult and rife with bullying, as his classmates would do cruel things like choking him unconscious, and it got to the point he would no longer go to the bathroom or the cafeteria just to avoid socializing altogether. During this period of his life, he was already exercising, but it did very little to help his catastrophic social life. So naturally, he started planning for the next best thing, killing everybody who picked on him at school. Not exactly the healthiest way to go about it, but regardless, this may just be an exaggeration, and the same grain of salt should be applied to the extent of the bullying he suffered. I say this because, according to Brian, he claims he solved his situation by showing up to school in guest clothes and steel-toed boots. A few years later, he changed schools, and in one of the funniest turns of events, he felt left out because, in his words, they were too white. But at this point, he accepted that the way to make it was to simply put on another identity, which is pretty telling for the rest of his life, to be honest. Just like a chameleon, he once again blended into his new social paradigm. Although at this point in his life, early shadows of the Liver King persona started shining through, as Brian was already pretty ripped and had shaved half of one of his eyebrows off. It didn't take long for Brian to go professional with the fake it till you make it mentality, and unsurprisingly, he became a pharmaceutical rep. Honestly, that's gotta be one of the more fitting jobs for a guy who is dead set on being a con artist, but regardless, he started making $100,000 a year, eventually met his wife and married her. They started a supplement business together, had a couple of kids, and he was well on his way to being well off for the rest of his life, with nothing to really worry about besides enjoying his wealth with his family. But the thing about dishonest, shifty people is that they're never actually satisfied. They always want more. It's just never enough. Eventually, as his kids grew up, they started having some serious health issues, and this pushed Brian into getting heavy into organic, healthy living, which for him included eating raw animal parts. Based on the way he describes it, you would think that he slowly became the Liver King over the course of years, but this isn't really the case. Regardless of how devoted he was to living healthy, he had already been doing so since the 2000s and was still very much a normal guy by 2019, with no sign of the Liver King-itis affecting him quite yet. It's only 2 years later, in 2021, when the King makes his first appearance, having ballooned up to an insane size and randomly being featured by a massive fitness page on Facebook. Naturally, and I use that word loosely here since there's not very many natural things about Brian, people picked up on the fact that Brian probably paid for this video to get made and posted. Basically, this is the internet version of having a midlife crisis. Being a middle-aged, roided-up lunatic at his compound just wasn't enough anymore. He also had to be famous, and to do so, he tried as much as he could to run some kind of Andrew Tate operation and get people to sign up and buy his stuff. This clearly astroturfed effort was met with a lot of negative responses from people in the fitness community, but most importantly, Derek from More Plates, More Dates went in on him, with a particular focus on his area of expertise, steroids. Sure, there were other eccentric things about Brian, such as him claiming that he didn't wipe.
My nigga Paul speaking facts and Richard doesn't want to hear it. Richard looks tired and bored tonight, must be low energy night.
Well, I am tired. Thanks for the donation, dude.
After he used the bathroom.
Do you think the carnivore diet trend will die off eventually? So annoying how it's gotten so popular and pushed veganism to the shadows. I feel like it's popular since it's comforting to hear that shit foods like meat, eggs, cheese, are actually healthy. But unlike a chameleon, he can't change his skin color, now can he?
Yeah, that's true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Oh. Oh my god.
Sir Roger Penrose was proved right once again, VG. And yet nobody is listening to him when he says it's quantum field theories that need to be made to work in curved space-time rather than gravity being quantized. He's probably the smartest physicist alive.
I have no idea about that, Dodo. I really don't know. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Yeah, the carnivore diet trend's gonna die off eventually. No one's even following the carnivore diet. All the biggest carnivore influencers aren't following the carnivore diet, and once everyone starts getting health issues from it, like, you know, you're seeing Jordan Peterson have health issues, Michaela Peterson has health issues, she's getting off of it, Paul Saladino's gotten off of it. It's just some bullshit. You know, everyone just goes and finds the next grift.
But that's much less far-fetched than him claiming to have achieved his physique naturally, which Derek carefully explains is extremely unlikely, to say the least. For a moment, it seemed like the public was warming up to him, as people like Danny Gonzalez and Jesse James West made videos about him, where Brian was painted more as a harmless eccentric than a deceptive con artist. However, the combined efforts of Joe Rogan, John Bravo, and
Jesse James West is a fucking piece of shit.
more plates, more dates, set the stage for his inevitable downfall.
And he was telling people that the way he gets that way is by sunning his balls. He literally lays down with his asshole staring at the sun and eats raw liver and just lifts like a maniac. And that's how he's so jacked. But it's preposterous.
Eventually, Brian was revealed to be what many people already thought of him as. Someone who blatantly and repeatedly lied about his extreme and expensive steroid use, which he was doing to sell products of dubious quality. Additionally, most of the online attention he got was paid for out of his own pocket. There was almost nothing about Brian that was legitimate or sincere. And no matter how entertaining he was as a persona, this degree of dishonesty was intolerable.
Why doesn't Frank buy a reverse osmosis water filter instead of spending thousands of dollars on glass bottled water? Also read my name after the donation.
Probably because he's fucking retarded. And thanks for the donation. I want Christie's hole.
The death blow was dealt by Moist Critical, who presented just how much of a fraud Brian was. Although there was a pathetic attempt at an apology video, it was too little, too late, and the Liver King was resigned to be nothing but a joke, a parody of a fitness influencer. His former fans and customers sued him for fraud to the tune of $25 million. With nothing left resembling a legit audience, Brian eventually doubled down on his delusion. He took a bunch of hallucinogens in foreign countries, got a Netflix documentary made on him, where he notably admitted to committing actual fraud during his days as a pharma rep, and he was also exposed for committing fraud by lying about the ingredients of his supplements. Not to mention, he started to make threats on Joe Rogan's life, while also accusing him of being a fake Jew.
But not you, fake Jews. What you're trying to do is be greedy and slime balls and put more cash in your pocket out of not principle.
He's a complete idiot, but have you reacted to this? Maybe debate him on steroids?
Everyone's obsessed with testosterone. TR.
Well, Tanner's fucktard. I guess we're gonna watch this. Thanks for the donation, Alan.
It's nice of you to be supporting Isaac's academic career. Letting him moderate his Discord server, and not study, and not work or get a license or do anything. While you go shopping for him, go do everything for him, pay for his rent, internet, etc.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
RT and clomiphene. Low T this, boost that. It's like every dude under 35 suddenly thinks they've got a medical condition. Here's the truth. 99% of guys don't need any of this shit. You need to stop looking for shortcuts and start doing the work. Today, I'm breaking down why I don't use TRT or enclone.
It's not necessarily about needing it. I don't know what utility the word need has in that sentence. You don't need to be as healthy as you can be, as happy as you can be, as energetic as you can be, as muscular as you can be. Yeah, you can not take steroids and not be as big, strong, healthy, fit, whatever. People who have an interest in maximizing their performance are going to be on steroids. If you're not on steroids, you do not have an interest in being as big and strong and as athletic as you could possibly be. You may just want to be natural because of your business and how you model your business, you know, around natural training. You might be worried about the side effects. You don't know how to take these drugs. You don't know how to source them, whatever. But you can look at dudes who are on steroids, you can look at dudes who are natural. There's clearly a big fucking difference. So Like, these people are so fucking stupid. And it just shows you where they're coming from. They're not even making an argument. Like, there's no proposition being made here. It's just steroids bad, okay? Like, what does he mean by you don't need steroids? Like, it has no utility. Nothing he said means anything. It's just what he really meant to say is steroids, no, don't. Like, that's really what he wanted to say.
Clomiphene, and why most of you shouldn't either. Let's start with what these things actually are. TRT, testosterone replacement therapy, is when your body doesn't produce enough testosterone, so you inject synthetic testosterone to replace it to get back to an optimal level. The problem is, most guys using TRT aren't doing it responsibly, especially the young guys. They're not doing it.
He literally just gave examples of people who aren't on TRT. They're taking steroids for performance enhancement.
Under medical supervision, and they're taking.
He literally just showed a clip of Togi, who's not on TRT, and that isn't even fucking steroids. That's clenbuterol and Cialis. Clenbuterol is a drug that is a bronchodilator, and Cialis is a drug that was originally made as a blood pressure med. It's still actually prescribed as a blood pressure med, but it's also used for erectile dysfunction. Like, this guy is genuinely fucking retarded.
And they're taking way more than they need. It's not a.
This is just baffling. The Trend Twins, they're not on TRT, you dumb fuck. And again, what utility does need have in that sentence? You don't need to live. You don't need to drink water. You don't need to eat food. What point are you trying to make?
It's not a replacement dose. It's a full-on cycle. And clomiphene, that's a pill. Basically, a cleaner version of Clomid.
God.
It tricks your brain into thinking your estrogen's low.
Wait.
A cleaner version of Clomid. It tricks your brain into thinking your estrogen's low, so your balls start pumping out more testosterone. Now, while clomiphene boosts your endogenous testosterone production, it's nowhere close to as powerful as injecting exogenous testosterone. It's not going to turn you into a bodybuilder. If you're a young guy that's taking clomiphene, whose natural levels are in the 300 to 400s, it might boost you up to the 7 or 800s. Clomiphene was a.
That's not true. You can find plenty of examples of people getting well over 1,000 with clomiphene. Connor Murphy, he's shown his blood work. You can get well over 1,000 with clomiphene.
Initially designed as a fertility drug for men with low sperm count. And in my opinion, that's the only time that it's actually warranted. So unless you're naturally low and struggling to knock up your wife, there's a 99% chance you don't need it either. So does TRT or clomiphene work?
Well, he doesn't know anything about clomiphene. He would have wanted to point out that why would you take another drug that has a ton of other side effects to boost your testosterone rather than injecting testosterone?
Will you do if you want to live, that is?
I don't know what you're talking about. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Yes, but it comes at a price when it's appropriate to use them. If you're an older guy, 45, 50, 60 plus, and your natural testosterone has tanked, and you've done everything right with your diet, training, sleep, and lifestyle, and you're still suffering, then yeah.
So, two stupid things to point out here. I don't know why you would wait until you're 50 to treat androgen deficiency. If you're suffering from symptoms of androgen deficiency, you would get treatment for androgen deficiency no matter what age you are. And secondly, why would you have to optimize every single aspect of your life before using a drug to treat a condition you have? This is like telling somebody who's diabetic, well, you have severe diabetes and your blood sugar's through the roof, but we're not going to give you medication for it until you lose all the excess weight you have, get ripped, shredded, lean abs, exercise 3 hours a day, get at least 8 hours of sleep, reduce stress, eat zero junk food, and eat a completely clean diet. What kind of retardation is that? So there, for one thing, there's an adherence issue. why would you first demand that somebody do a treatment that they're not going to adhere to in all likelihood? And 2, why would you delay treatment when they could get benefits from the treatment now and they can do all those other lifestyle improvements later? Like, this guy's a fucktard.
TRT might make sense under medical supervision. Same with enclomiphene. If you're younger...
Oh yeah, TRT might make sense under medical supervision. Yeah, go to a doctor who knows nothing about these fucking drugs, is not going to be able to prescribe you an appropriate dose, doesn't know how to manage side effects, and will either refuse to put you on other ancillary medications or put you on ancillary medications that you don't need that are potentially fucking harmful. By the way, this happened to Greg. Greg talked about this in a recent video. His dumbass retard fuckwit doctor didn't know what a PSA test actually measures, you know, prostate specific antigen. His PSA levels were elevated, which is normal for somebody who's on testosterone replacement or taking steroids. They didn't realize that elevated PSA has absolutely zero predictive value for prostate cancer. So rather than just telling him, don't worry about it, or getting like imaging done or some other test to confirm whether or not he has cancer, they put him on fucking finasteride, which has a whole host of potential side effects. You can look up things like post-finasteride syndrome. It's hard to tell how common this is, but you can see a lot of fucking anecdotes from dudes talking about like all the horrible side effects they've had from finasteride. Like, it can cause long-lasting fucking depression. It can cause permanent erectile dysfunction. Like, why would... So, like, here's a fucking doctor who doesn't know what the fuck they're doing, puts their patient on a fucking drug that they don't need. Like, this is what you get with fucking doctors. So, this idiot fucking idea, oh, listen to your doctor. Like, guess what? There's a saying, what do you call somebody who got a C in medical school? A doctor. So, you can get a doctor who got a C in medical school, they're still your fucking doctor. Doesn't mean they're fucking good at their job, doesn't mean they're smarter than you, doesn't mean they know more than you. Like, this guy's a fucking tool. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
With 2 fingers? Yes. There is no fungal infection in the inframammary region. You can relax. Now, could you please squeeze both the nipples with 2 fingers? There is no bleeding or discharge from the
When
nipples.
Clav says he routinely uses crystal meth, are we talking about like microdosing it intravenously or something? How could he possibly claim meth is milder than Adderall? That must be pure coke, right? Or am I just brainwashed? Is meth actually based?
You probably don't want to do meth. According to Sneeko, he snorts crystal meth. So, yeah, Clav kind of has issues. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. It is a weird video. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You've been diagnosed with low T and you want to preserve fertility, it might be appropriate. But for the average 25-year-old gym bro who sleeps 5 hours, lives on caffeine, never touches a barbell, and wonder why his testosterone's 300, bro, you don't need TRT. You need to fix your life. Here's when it's not appropriate. When you're young, healthy, and just impatient. When you want to get jacked fast without earning it.
TRT... This guy doesn't even know what TRT is. He literally doesn't understand what it is. He's conflating TRT with steroid use for performance enhancement.
When you're chasing aesthetics instead of performance or longevity.
Togi's not on TRT.
And let's face it, that's the majority of men using these drugs. They don't need it. It's just like how the majority...
Like, he literally cannot show a single example. If he wanted to show any example, like Alex Eubank would probably be the best example I can think of, but like, who knows? Like Greg's made videos on Alex Eubank. Who knows? We don't know what he feels like. We don't know his, medical history. We haven't seen his test results. So, like, I'm not going to say Alex Eubank shouldn't be on TRT. I'd say just like 99% of dudes really should. But Alex Eubank would be the most logical choice because, like, he's actually said he's on TRT. And we know that he is actually on TRT because he's mentioned the clinic he's working with.
Majority of fat people don't need the GLP-1 drugs like Ozempic to lose weight.
The majority of fat people do, in fact, need GLP-1 agonists to lose weight. Again, you telling people to eat well and exercise hasn't reduced obesity rates, has it, dumb fuck? Obesity rates have only gone down once these GLP-1 drugs have come onto market. This guy's a fucking idiot. This is like saying, oh, you don't need like a drug rehab program to get clean. You don't need, what's the fucking drug they give to like meth addicts and like people on fentanyl to prevent, you know, there's drugs to prevent withdrawal symptoms with dudes coming off like heroin and stuff. It's like saying, oh, you don't need that. You could just suffer, go through withdrawal. You can just, you know, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Don't go to rehab. You don't need any of this. Like, if something clearly has a higher success rate, why wouldn't you do something with a higher success rate? Yeah, it's like, oh, you don't need methadone. We don't need rehab clinics. Like, yeah, technically speaking, you don't need it, but it has a higher success rate. Like, this guy's a fucking idiot.
I was referring to eating and drinking and breathing, duh.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you don't need the, you know what my point was. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
They just need to quit being fucking pussies, take responsibility for their health, eat less shit food, and move their ass more. And clomiphene and TRT don't replace training.
Again, you saying that has not reduced obesity rates.
Discipline or nutrition. They just boost numbers on paper. They don't fix your habits, your sleep, your self-control, or your work ethic. Using TRT and clomiphene and Ozempic is just like putting a Band-Aid on a bullet hole. It's
great. You saying that does not improve anyone's life circumstances.
a temporary fix, not a long-term solution. Let's talk about what's happening right now. You've got Sam Sulik, Alex Eubank, the Trend Twins, and half of fitness YouTube juicing before they even hit their mid.
Like, by the way, this is some stupid ass fucking shit. I don't know if this guy has a day job, but it looks like he's a full-time, fitness influencer. So, YouTube ad revenue, selling, bullshit products, meal plan. He has a website, coaching. This guy has more free time and can set his schedule however he wants. That just comes with the territory with the job he has. If you're doing something like shift work, like if you're a police officer, you're going to have issues eating consistently, sleeping well. You may be in a situation where you literally cannot improve some of your habits, especially with regards to sleep. So if that's the common denominator for why you're androgen deficient, why in the fuck wouldn't you just take TRT? Who in the hell can optimize their lifestyle? Practically nobody. You have people like Brian Johnson who are mega millionaires. He has close to $1 billion net worth at this fucking point. This guy can do whatever the fuck he wants all day. He can sleep whenever the fuck he wants. He can get up whenever the fuck he wants. He can exercise as much as he wants. Do whatever he fucking wants all day. Most people can't have that sort of lifestyle. I'm also, in the top 1% where I can fucking stream whenever I want. I can work as much as I want. I can get up whenever I want. I can train as much as I want. It's easy for us to fucking say this shit. Oh, well, why don't you improve your sleep first? Well, if you're talking to a motherfucker who's doing shift work, easier said than done when you're a fucking YouTuber, right? This guy's a fucking entitled jackass.
Do tall bodybuilders look funny?
Not necessarily. Thanks for the donation. Tip the pets too.
I really love my morning ritual of sitting in my living room with the sun rising. I play beside island music from Final Fantasy X and inject test and HGH. I am a self-sufficient transhuman. My mind is better. I feel better. I am better. Life is better.
Yeah, it is better. Thanks for the donation, Ball's still big. Like, by the way...
Have you ever...
Let me see. Oh, well, here you fucking go. So...
When I first got into...
He was doing a fucking interview with Dave Tate on his podcast. Dave Tate is a West Side barbell powerlifter who was on fucking steroids. I'm sure there's more examples like this where he's done collabs with people who either are or were on steroids. Oh, there you go.
Steroids.
Oh, collab with Greg Doucette, a guy who's on steroid, or was, well, he technically still is. A guy who's a pro bodybuilder, steroids. Like, this is just fucking baffling. So he's done a lot of videos with dudes. Yeah, there he goes, interviews Larry Wheels. Larry Wheels was on steroids since he was like, what, 16? I mean, it's so retarded. Like, this guy doesn't know anything about these drugs and he's a complete hypocrite. So the most successful people in the fitness industry, who are the best at their sport, they're all on steroids, and then he's saying you don't need steroids. Well, clearly you fucking do. All the people you look up to, do collabs with, they're all on steroids.
20s. They look incredible, sure. But what happens when they're my age, 38? Where will they be in 10 to 15 years? Party?
Togi does a fuck ton of party drugs. This guy is known for doing cocaine, heroin, meth. And he uses Togi as an example of, oh, look, steroids are so bad for you. But, like, this guy is the most disingenuous fucking liar on the fucking planet. Buddy, you interviewed fucking Greg Doucette. Greg's been on steroids, what, since his, like, I think early 30s? Yeah, he went on steroids, like, when he was, like, what, 31 or 32 or something? And he's 50 now? So he's been on steroids for, like 20 years? And then you're saying, what's going to happen when they're my age, 38? Well, you know what's going to happen. They're going to end up like fucking Greg. Just fine.
Issues, hormone crashes, depression when they come off, you can already see it.
Why would they come off? What are you, fucking idiot?
Acne, bloat, mood swings, insomnia, all
bloat. What the fuck? And then he shows an image of like some. So first of all, this isn't TRT. This is somebody who's taking performance-enhancing drugs. And then he shows like an image of a fucking pro bodybuilder with a big bloated stomach. That's not even from steroids. It's just from them overeating. And then he shows a fucking image of Mike Israetel, who's a fucking retard.
Swings, insomnia, all for short-term clout. Is that setting a good example for young men? Absolutely not. These guys aren't promoting fitness. They're promoting dependency. Now,
okay, then please explain to me why you do collabs with steroid users then. He did a collab with Greg Doucette. He's on steroids. He was like blasting when he was an IFBB pro, and now he's just on TRT. So if you're so against this, why are you doing collabs with these fitness YouTubers if you're so against what they're doing and they're not promoting fitness? This guy's a lying fuckwit. Just totally full of shit.
Now, let's be real.
And again, none of those people are on TRT.
Sulik squats 5 plates like it's nothing. He also probably has about 4 times as much testosterone pulsing through his veins as me or any other natty lifter. Then there's me, and I'm saying this with absolute humility. I'm a little taller, 30 pounds lighter, but I'm still repping out 405 on squats for 10 reps. That's not bad for a 38-year-old lifetime natural. I don't have fake hormones in my veins. I'm not wrecking my organs. I'm not dependent on blood tests, prescriptions.
You don't need to wreck your organs. You can just use compounds that don't directly damage your organs.
Or injections to keep my mood stable. I've made natural...
Like, by the way, what's funny is this guy eats like shit. He's shown his diet. He eats like tons of eggs, red meat, butter, and then he's saying, oh, steroids are so bad for you, they harm your organs. You're eating foods that cause heart disease, you dumb motherfucker.
Gains that I can keep. The rest of these guys are on borrowed gains on borrowed time. That's the part no one talks about.
You're on borrowed gains for borrowed time. Guess what? You get fucking older and your body like slows down and gets shittier as you age. If you're on testosterone, you can keep your testosterone levels high, and you can even up the doses if you fucking want to maintain anabolism.
It's about what you lose when you stop being natural. Now, would I be stronger and way more?
Why would you come off steroids? So again, these examples are fucking retarded. First of all, he shows an image of a guy with gynecomastia. You have no idea if this guy ever used steroids in his life. That's just an image from a plastic surgery thing. This guy injected oil into himself. I don't even know if he's on steroids. This is somebody who was using sight enhancement oil. And this is Flex Wheeler. Why is he showing Flex Wheeler? This guy was never on TRT. And he stopped taking steroids, he stopped working out, ate like shit, and never went on testosterone replacement. What does this have to do with anything? like this guy's a joke. Dodo donated $2. Do you think having way higher tests could make someone way more ambitious than before and go for more aggressive career moves? They go from like 400 to 1500. Yeah, it's possible. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
TRT or steroids? Hell yeah. But here's 12 reasons I don't fuck with steroids or TRT. Your balls
let's see. You're a fucking retard. You don't know anything about these drugs. You've bought into the myth that these drugs are like remarkably fucking dangerous for no fucking reason. You're an ideological fuckwit and you're a pussy who's afraid of needles. Your balls shrink. I think the average testicular shrinkage that you see from using steroids is about 15%. It's like somewhere between 50 and 20. Okay, I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Shrivel up. You can get gynecomastia.
I don't know what he means by your balls shriveling up. Again, testicular shrinkage is roughly 15 to 20%. You can get gynecomastia. You can get gynecomastia without taking steroids. Okay? Maybe don't take nandrolone and high doses of test. Like, this guy doesn't even know what causes gyno.
Otherwise known as bitch tits, that you oftentimes have to have surgically removed. You can get really...
Okay, so don't take ridiculously high doses of compounds that are prone to causing gynecomastia.
Really bad acne. You have to do...
You can get bad acne from not showering. You can get bad acne from following a bad diet. You can get bad acne from anything. Okay, don't take super high doses. If you notice that you're prone to acne, maybe avoid certain compounds.
Constant blood work.
You don't need to get constant blood work.
It increases your blood viscosity.
If you're just on TRT, then you can just get blood work like probably once or twice a year and be fine. Like once you get a few blood tests, you know how these drugs affect your body, so you don't need to get blood work every fucking month. Increases blood viscosity. This is kind of a myth. It can. Certain people are more prone to it than others. I've gotten 2 blood tests now since I've been on. My hematocrit, red blood cell count, like everything, it hasn't increased. It's just stayed within the normal range.
Viscosity, meaning it thickens your blood and makes it harder for your heart to pump blood around.
It doesn't necessarily do that.
On your body. You can get heart disease and heart attacks.
Guess what? Your diet causes heart disease and heart attacks. So what the fuck does steroids have to do with that?
Damages your internal...
Damages your internal organs. Okay, then castrate yourself. Your body makes its own steroids, so if steroids are bad for you, then why haven't you cut your own balls off yet, if steroids are so dangerous? This guy's a fucking idiot. There's certain compounds that are directly toxic to your organs. So like oral steroids, like, you know, Dianabol, that's directly going to damage your liver. Then don't take those. Just stick to injectable drugs.
Organs. You lose unnatural gains when you stop.
Okay, then don't stop.
And eventually you have to stop.
So this is like saying don't ever go to the gym and lift weights, because if you stop lifting weights, your muscles will shrink. Well, why would you stop going to the gym? Like the same logic applies, right? Oh, you're going to have to keep using steroids in order to maintain those gains. Okay, well, you're going to have to keep going to the gym in order to maintain your gains. So don't go to the gym, don't exercise.
You're literally sticking a needle in your ass every week. It can wreck your libido and
okay, who cares? Are you a little bitch? Little needle. I can't even feel it, but it looks sharp and pointy. I'm afraid. Right. If there's ever a sign that somebody needs testosterone, it's a little bitch who's afraid of fucking needles. By the way, this guy has fucking promoted starting strength. Starting strength promotes fucking steroid use. Fucking Mark Ripito, he fucking tells everybody to go on TRT. And this guy promotes starting strength. Like, this guy is such a fucking retard. No libido and cause depression. Buddy, are you absolutely out of your mind fucking retarded? So if steroids kill your libido and cause depression, cut your balls off. Your balls are producing steroids for you. So clearly your libido will increase and you'll have lower risk of depression if you cut your balls off. This guy is a fucking idiot. If you're on testosterone, in all likelihood, your libido is going to increase. It increased for me. And testosterone is one of, if not the most effective drug for treating depression. It has dopaminergic properties. It affects the GABA system in your brain. Like, we know the exact mechanisms for why it's an antidepressant. This guy is such a fucking idiot. Like, literally the opposite of what he's saying is true.
cause depression. It can increase prostate cancer risk.
It does not increase prostate cancer risk. So again, if you're worried about prostate cancer from testosterone, why don't you cut your balls off? Clearly you should become trans. So no, steroids do not increase risk of prostate cancer. There is no evidence for that whatsoever. Please show me one fucking source indicating that.
And you need constant monitoring to make sure you're healthy.
He literally said that twice. Constant blood work, constant monitoring. Like, by the way, this idea that monitoring your health regularly is a problem, like, you realize people get health issues, especially as they get older. Like, this is something that you'd want to do anyway. So why is it a problem to monitor your health? Don't you have a health and fitness channel? So you're telling people not to look after their health regularly.
That's not fitness. That's maintenance therapy for a body that's no longer natural. And look, if you still think I'm overreacting, you need a reality check. Rich Piana, dead. Dallas.
Rich Piana died from a crystal meth overdose.
Dallas McCarver.
Nobody knows exactly why Dallas McCarver died. It was probably... that one was probably directly as a result of steroids. It was either from maladaptive cardiomyopathy, where he just had sudden cardiac arrest because his heart was too large, or it was an acute myocardial infarction. That could have partly been due to the steroids, but the guy's diet was also absolute fucking garbage. We've seen what he eats. So yeah, the steroids combined with a shit diet, if it was a myocardial infarction. But it may have just been sudden cardiac arrest, but he's not on TRT. The video title and proposition in the video was that TRT is dangerous. Does this look like TRT to you, you dumb motherfucker?
Dead. Sean Roden, dead.
I don't know why Sean Roden died, but he's not on fucking TRT. And again, wasn't this like near a fucking competition he did?
Dead. Joe Lindner, dead at 30.
From what I've heard, Joe Lindner was using diuretics like hydrochlorothiazide, and he was also taking aromatase inhibitors like Arimidex, which is like one of the worst combinations of drugs that you can possibly, take, because it's going to dehydrate you, thicken your blood, and also increase your platelets and make you more prone to blood clotting, which is what he died from. So this wasn't really the steroids that did it. It was the combination of drugs he was on, particularly diuretics and aromatase inhibitors.
30 years old. Every one of those guys was worshipped by the online fitness world.
So when can we expect Mike O'Hearn to die? He's been on gear for at least 30 years. So what's your prediction with that dumb shit?
Millions of followers, freak physiques. And now they're just thumbnails and old reposts.
So 3 people died on steroids, therefore steroids bad. That's the best. Okay.
When's the last time you or anyone else has thought about Joe Lindner? Everyone's moved on. That's the part nobody fucking talks about. You idolize them when they're alive, then scroll past them when they're gone. Let's not.
Dodo $22 based or racist.
And you outbreed us. You changed the law.
I don't care. President Trump will be meeting with New York City Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani in the Oval Office. Communist Mayor of New York City Zoran Kwame Mamdani has asked for a meeting. We have agreed that this meeting will take place at the Oval Office on Friday. Yeah, they're not going to get along. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Not kid ourselves. It wasn't bad luck or just genetics that killed Joe Lindner. It wasn't the vaccine. Over 1 billion people got vaccinated. They're not all dropping dead from an aneurysm in their sleep, but that's what the juice heads love to do.
Does this guy look like he's on TRT to you?
Love to do.
Joe Lindner was not on TRT.
Anything except the drugs, because accepting the truth means admitting they're poisoning themselves.
Togi's not on TRT.
For likes, views, and validation. All you body.
I'm gonna leave a comment. You're claiming TRT is bad, and you use examples of people with health issues or who have passed away who weren't on TRT and were...
My old hobby, now a retired musician, enjoyed the view.
Who weren't on TRT and were taking... party drugs. We're taking... and we're taking party drugs or ridiculously high doses steroids for performance enhancement. Do you know what TRT is? I didn't realize Togi's TRT protocol involved anadrol, alcohol, and cocaine. This guy's a fucktard. I don't understand why these people are ideologically motivated to lie like this. Well, that looks pretty cool. I really like dirt bikes. I'd like to get good at dirt biking. Dirt bikes are so fucking cool. They can, like, do anything. Thanks for the donation. Tip the pets, too.
Clav will be on Fresh and Fits After Hours show at 11.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to be able to stay up for that long. I'm really fucking tired, dude. Thanks for the donation, though, nigga.
Bodybuilders don't like the truth when it doesn't suit you. These guys push their bodies to the edge for attention, and the internet for...
Yeah, they weren't on TRT.
Got them within weeks. That's not strength. That's addiction with good lighting. Meanwhile, I'm 38, still training, still healthy, still natural. And I plan...
Okay. And Mike O'Hearn's older than you. has been training longer than you and training enhanced longer than you. Like, all right.
And to still be lifting heavy when I'm 60, not dead before I'm 40.
Yeah, you want to bet this guy isn't going to be lifting heavy when he's 60? Like, especially considering this guy's diet is so terrible. He literally made a video bragging about how his LDL cholesterol was super high and saying, I don't care, I don't listen to doctors. And then he's telling you, oh, listen to doctors when it comes to TRT, but don't listen to them when it comes to cholesterol. Like, yeah, with how high his cholesterol levels are, I wouldn't be surprised if this guy ends up having health issues by the time he's 60. And then he's talking shit about all these people who are on steroids, who actually take care of their health, and if their lipids are elevated, they're not stupid enough to, like, not do anything about it, and they'll actually take lipid-lowering medications.
40. The truth is, testosterone isn't the magic you think it is. I've seen guys double their levels on TRT and still look like shit because they can't.
None of these people are on TRT.
It is. I've seen guys.
So this guy is not on TRT.
Guys double their levels on TRT.
This guy is also not on TRT. He's actually talked about why his shoulders were fucked up like this. This guy had severe body dysmorphia, and he injected dirty underground steroids into his shoulders, and they both got infected. He talked about this on, like, some bodybuilding podcast thing. And again, this guy is not on TRT.
TRT and still look like shit because they can't.
He's not on TRT.
Train or eat properly.
Yeah, Mike is not on TRT.
And I've seen guys with average testosterone.
And again, like this photo of Mike, this is after he had that, like, gay plastic surgery thing. He went off steroids and he could not do any training at all. Like, why don't you go to Mike's Instagram right now and see what he fucking looks like?
Testosterone outlift everyone in the gym. You don't need 1,200 nanograms per deciliter to build muscle. You need discipline, hard training, and patience. That's what no one wants to hear because.
Well, guess what? You don't need steroids to build muscle, but you do need steroids to be competitive in professional sports. You do need steroids to look better than you could naturally. You do need steroids if you just want the highest levels of physical performance. So, like again, I don't know what utility need is doing in the sentence.
Because it doesn't push HR.
Like, dude, if you're not particularly interested in competitive lifting or sports, and you don't care about being the best athlete you can be, that's fine. But this idea, like, this is probably worse than the Atlas Power Shrugged video, honestly.
RT clinics, pills, or coaching programs. This video is brought to you by Transparent Labs and Barbell Apparel. So if you want the highest quality supplements, use code Tanner and save, and make sure to check out my notes RT or enclomiphene. I like what Greg Doucette said. If you're gonna do it, then always take the lowest dose that makes you happy.
The lowest dose that makes you happy is the dose that makes you happy. It's a Gregism. That's the dose. Decide after getting blood work. What dose can you take to make you happy? And choose the lowest. And
how about choose the appropriate dose for the best effect?
For me, that dose is 0. I'm happy. I feel strong. I'm healthy. I take pride in being natural. I feel like I'm a dying breed. I'm legit probably one of the last fitness.
Yeah, you're a dying breed because everyone's smarter than you.
YouTubers who's truly lifetime natural. Not pretending, not cycling off, not lying to my audience. Because this channel isn't just about looking jacked. It's not about standing on stage in a Speedo where your entire self-worth is measured subjectively by bodybuilding judges who are really just strangers you've never met.
Right, that's why you take your shirt off in your videos and show your abs, right? Because your channel has nothing to do with how anybody subjectively perceives you.
It's about being mentally and physically strong. It's about eliminating excuses. And most importantly, it's about being fucking healthy. And if you're natural...
Your channel has nothing to do with health. You're telling people not to listen to their doctor, not to lower their LDL cholesterol. You're telling people to eat large amounts of saturated fat and cholesterol in their diet. And you're promoting heart disease. And I challenged you to a fucking debate on that topic, and you're too much of a fucking pussy to debate me because you know you're a lying fucktard and I'd make you look like a fucking idiot, and you like spreading lies and bullshit.
Why the fuck are you taking advice from all these dudes on roids? When you're on gear, it doesn't matter how you eat or train because you're gonna...
Yes, it matters how you eat or train.
get strong and jacked just looking at weights and eating.
No, you're not going to get strong and jacked just looking at weights. If you take steroids and don't train and don't eat properly, you're just going to be fat and weak.
Like shit. But remember, it comes at a cost. So if you're willing to take that risk, just make damn sure you're aware of the repercussions. And if you're tired of chasing fake shortcuts,
Again, none of these people are on TRT.
And want to actually get strong and
like he literally does not understand what TRT is. Even Atlas Power Shrugged, he made the dumbest fucking video imaginable. He was at least smart enough to make a separation between TRT and taking steroids for performance enhancement. This guy is such a fucking remarkable dumbass who's just irretrievably ignorant. He doesn't even know what TRT is, but he makes a video on it. I can't stand this guy. This dude Tanner is like such a fucking remarkable moron. Every video I've seen this guy make, it's just so outrageously fucking stupid.
Fake Jews do that. They wear hats. They call themselves Sheldon and just normal.
Between that and the schizophrenic Instagram reels where he's talking about his enema bucket, he eventually traveled to Austin, Texas, where Joe Rogan lives, only to get arrested before he could even get near him. After being charged with making terrorist threats and handed a restraining order, he did.
And you're certainly not going to get strong and fit eating KFC.
Well, yeah, in all likelihood not. You're probably just gonna feel like shit and get fat. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Eventually back off. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem he's gotten any more sane since then. These days, you're more likely to catch Brian at Arkham Asylum rather than making YouTube videos at his $50 billion.
What is the Rich Piana lore about his death? Wiki said that it was inconclusive cause the hospital didn't get his toxicology, which is super weird. Seems like he did have an enlarged heart toe and that this put him at risk. Maybe don't do meth and tren.
Well, his girlfriend said he snorted a white powder every morning. So we know what that white powder is. It's crystal meth. His ex-wife Sarah was like a party girl who was really into meth, and she got him into methamphetamines. He told his girlfriend at the time, after he broke up with his wife, that he just was snorting pre-workout. I guess she bought it. But yeah, he was snorting crystal meth. I don't know why they didn't do a toxicology report, but we know it's crystal meth. And he very clearly had an overdose. His issues might have been exacerbated by his enlarged heart. Who knows? But I would be more willing to blame it on the meth, you know, for obvious reasons. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Compound. Bertil Fox was a Caribbean-British professional bodybuilder whose most notable deed, besides obviously his crime, was getting 5th place in the 1983 Mr. Olympia. This is notable not only because it was the highest he could get, but also because, in the opinion of many people, even today, that was an extremely unfair placement, with a lot of people even thinking he should have gotten 1st place and won the competition entirely. With a reputation for going exceptionally hard in the gym, he earned the attention and respect of possibly the most well-known bodybuilder of all time, Arnold, who remarked that Bertil was probably going to win the 1983 Olympia. Although he continued to compete professionally after 1983, he never placed any higher in another Olympia championship, and eventually retired from the sport altogether in the mid to late 90s. An editor of the bodybuilder magazine Flex claimed that regardless of him being robbed of the Olympia in 1983, Bertil was actually his own worst problem, as he tended to fold under pressure, self-destructing in a variety of ways whenever another contest approached, and blaming others for his own shortcomings. Bertil was described as something of an immature loner with low self-esteem, and at least partly, this was due to bullying he suffered when he was still in school, some of which had to do with how short he was. I'd almost say that this description makes him someone you'd want to sympathize with, considering he went on to be successful despite these hangups. However, considering how he ultimately turned out, the real tragedy is that someone else had to suffer for Bertil's stunted development. When he retired, he was still healthy, which is something plenty of former pro bodybuilders cannot say. Some former competitors like Marcus Rule, who also never won a Mr. Olympia competition, retired gracefully and went on to become minor celebrities, widely respected in the country they came from. This was Bertil's plan initially, as he moved back to the small Caribbean nation he hailed from, St. Kitts and Nevis, which has a pretty small population of less than 50,000 inhabitants. Usually, when successful people like Bertil decide to move to places as small as that, it's to live out a more quiet life away from the spotlight. Unfortunately, this is not what happened after he retired. Instead, now 44-year-old Bertil Fox began a relationship with Laoka Brown, a model who was 20 years younger than him. Over these 2 years, according to people who knew them both, there was some degree of physical violence violence coming from Bertle, but $1,500 wire transfer that Leoka had received from a man named Jason, which is what Bertle had gone there to confront her about. Now, despite how clear-cut this double homicide case seemed to be, it took until February of the next year for court to take place. And even then, it ended with a stalemate in the jury, requiring a retrial. 3 months later, his sentence came through. Death by hanging, which is apparently mandatory in the nation of St. Kitts and Nevis. It's hard to imagine a downfall as dramatic as this. From being a successful free man traveling around the world as a bodybuilder to shedding 70 pounds in a dark Caribbean prison waiting for his execution. Surprisingly enough, the execution was staved off in favor of life in prison, citing his use of steroids since the age of 14 as the justification for lightening his sentence. Then, just a few years ago, the Governor General of St. Kitts and Nevis completely pardoned a now 70-something-year-old Bertle Fox, who was once again a free man. It's actually shocking that this is how a double homicide case ended up, although at this stage in his life, it's unlikely he'll reoffend. Trouble sooner or later. If not, Alexis and Mark managed to get some pretty high-profile clients, at least high-profile, and found out 5 years to anyone who got it back.
All right. I am highly, highly tired. I was planning on playing some games later, but I don't think I can. I need to just sleep.
Do you need to stop testosterone when you have surgery? Does it delay healing or increase risk of infection like corticosteroids? Also, what are your thoughts on androgel? Can you maintain decent T levels with topical treatment?
Yes, you can take testosterone when you have surgery. It doesn't delay healing. It would accelerate healing. It doesn't increase risk of infection. I would say for most people, androgel is stupid. You're not going to get consistent absorption, and you're not going to have as stable of hormone levels. There's certain benefits of it. It can absorb much more rapidly, and it seems to have more conversion into DHT. So if you have issues with erectile function and libido, it might be better treatment for that, or you can use it alongside testosterone injections. But testosterone injections are just easier. It's a little easier to maintain stable levels, modulate your hormones, you know, stuff like that. That's why it's always the go-to. Thanks for the donation though, Patrick Mahomes. All right, I'm gonna go to bed. I also need to poop really badly, but I need to fucking sleep. I'm ridiculously tired, and you know. But I should be on tomorrow. I might even do a workout stream, so I'll see you then. But big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it.